Hello everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Hope everybody's doing okay. So I want to get one thing out of the clear. It's not my birthday. My birthday passed almost 2 weeks ago. But rather, today, Doki Doki Literature Club turns 8 years old today. It turns 8 years old today. And by extension, it's Monika's birthday. As Dan Salvato stated, Monika's birthday is the day that the game releases. But I hope everybody's doing well. So I want to kind of, I don't know what that is. So that is music, by the way, from Doki Doki Summertime. A nice, like a pretty cool, mod for the community, which we'll get into everything about Doki Doki Literature Club and my experience with, Doki Doki Literature Club and all that stuff. Let's see, hold on. Fortunately, I don't have DDLC Plus's music on my thing. Hold on, someone sent me a message. Okay. So. So, I kind of want to showcase my experience with Doki Doki Literature Club. So, when it came out back in 2017, I actually didn't, what's the word I'm looking for? I actually didn't, played Doki Doki Literature Club when it came out back in 2017. If you guys want to know something, So if you guys want to know something special, if you want to know where I came from, more or less, Doki Doki Literature Club came out in 2017, but I had not really, seen what it was about or anything like that. I actually wasn't that... I remember I played it, but I didn't get past the first act. I'm gonna be real with you, I got a little bored. I got a little bored, and then I put the game down for a good 3 or so years. And eventually I came back. Decided to come back to the game, and on my old private Discord, I used to do live streaming in my private Discord, but not to a crowd, how do I put this? I didn't do it to a Twitch stream or anything like that. I wasn't doing that. But rather, I would just stream. I would just announce that I would do a stream to my friends, and they would come by and just watch me play through all these things and all that, right? So, So, we have this here. So I posted on October 17th of 2020. I just said, like, I'll be streaming, to all you guys in this time. I've never seen this game before, or like I'd be like, I've not really seen, like, I heard it was good, but I never knew anything about it. And when I saw the tags too of psychological horror and all that shit, I thought they were fucking with me, I thought they were fucking with me when I saw the tags of psychological horror and all that stuff, because people, like, the thing is about user-defined tags on Steam is that you'll see people fuck with the tags a lot to try to make, like, a game. Like, they'll put, like, dating sim on Dark Souls and all that stuff, you know what I mean? So that was what was different about it. I thought people were just fucking with me. I played through it. I was obviously, like, very intrigued and very interested in everything that happened. And essentially, I really, and I was just really intrigued by it, and so I changed my name to just Monika more so as a joke than anything, right? At the time, this is when I hadn't cracked out of my, this is when I hadn't, like, cracked out of my shell just yet, And I changed my name to just Monika at the time, and it was more so done as a joke, but little did I know that would be the event. That would be the event that I would essentially kind of just change me forever, in a sense. And, by the time I started going by the name Monika, like, in every community I was joining, usually in the fighting game community, in a sense, and I really liked it. Like, I mean, like, but I said it as a joke, and so but everybody started knowing me under the name Monika for so long, and it got to the point where it was just too late for me to change my name. So I was like, all right, I guess I'm stuck with this now. But then, other things started happening in my life. My egg, started to crack. Eventually, I came out of that shell, and that's the name I like. I'm more than attached to that name and all that stuff. And it all happened because of this game. There's a lot of things about Doki Doki Literature Club and its community and all that stuff that have, given me a lot of wonderful things. For example, we have something in here called mods. Believe it or not, because Doki Doki Literature Club runs on the RenP engine, therefore the game is heavily modifiable, and people could essentially make their own mods and short stories, or whatever you want to call it, for Doki Doki Literature Club. We have, a cool website here just called, dokimods.me, where there is a plethora of mods to choose from, which all you really need is the base game, because it runs on the RenP engine, and all people really need to do is just change the script and they can make their own story. Obviously, there's a lot of other things people will do. They make their own custom sprites, they make their own CGs, their own artwork and all that, and we have a lot of great stuff that have come and gone ever since. And I have played hundreds of these. I've played hundreds of mods, and there are some mods that definitely have existed way before my time as well, because as I said, I didn't start popping around until about 2020 or so. So there's a lot of mods here that have just been before here. Like Exit Music is a classic here, where it attempts to just retell its own story. Not every mod is essentially fan fiction. Every mod is essentially playable fan fiction. Every mod is essentially playable fan fiction, and it like all of them do different things. Some of them focus on the meta narrative of the original game and try to lean into horror. Others are horror in their own different ways, and some try to tell a completely original story that has no attachment to the meta narrative whatsoever. And you always get different experiences. You never know what you're gonna get when it comes to DDLC modding. And I definitely have my own fair shares of recommendations and all that, as I've played a lot of these. I'm waiting for Broken Poet to come out, man. It's been a year. This is no way it's not a full release. I think it's just in demo. There's no way it's in full release. I think it's just in demo at the moment. That's not real. But anyway. But no, this one, yeah. But anyway. I could go on and on and on and on about, like, not just my experience not just my own experience, like, with the game and its community. I could even talk to for hours about each individual mod that I've played. I can't keep track of all the hundreds I've played, because I want to be real with you, some of them are rather unremarkable, some are really bad that they're very memorable. Like, I'm gonna be real with you, majority of mods are not that remarkable or that memorable, and that's fine. Really, the DDLC modding community is filled with, amateurs. It's filled with amateurs on storytelling, on writing, on artwork, on coding, and all that stuff. It's filled with a bunch of amateurs, and that's okay. This is where probably a lot of people are probably going to come here to get their foot in the door in all these passions, and then eventually embark on bigger and greater things, and that's awesome. I'm happy that this game has served the canvas for a lot of people, and some of these are very, very dedicated projects as well. And on top of that, though, we've had a lot of projects that have been canceled, more or less, or that feel like, and we've had a lot of projects that have. We have a lot of projects that have been in the works for years. On top of that, for example, this bond we share, even though it says release March 9th of this year, look, it says this bond we share won Demo of the Year in 2020. The demo for this came out in 2020, and the creator, canceled it at some point. And I was really sad about that because of how good the demo was. And then another 5 or so years went by. Almost 5 years went by, and all of a sudden I go to the subreddit and it's like, it's back in development, and the demo's been updated. It was so fucking, I was so happy about it. So sometimes unexpected shit like that can happen too. And there have been some other mods that have, technically speaking, been in development for years. Like, is After School here? Yeah, okay, look. After School has been in development for more than 5 years at this point. And it is still in development, but currently it's under a new name. I forgot what it's called, but it's called like 7 Years Later or something like that. But this mod has been in development for a long, long time, and it's still going, last I checked. Like this, like it's crazy. You also have Monika After Story, which, let's see, is Monika After Story even here? I don't even think Monika After Story is here. I'm gonna be real with you. Like, you gotta go somewhere else for it. But assuming you guys know what Doki Doki Literature Club is, you probably know how it ends. Like, this game is 8 years old. Like, we're gonna play through it. But Monika After Story is basically the epilogue portion or the Act 3 portion of the game, except it just goes on forever. And you can just spend time with Monika, play games with her, talk with her, and all that stuff. And you can check on her every day. She actually will keep log if you've not been checking up on her and all that stuff. It's really interesting. I've not played it. I have no interest in playing it just because I know I'm not going to be that committed to keep checking on her. I'm not going to keep checking on her to fucking to satisfy her needs, if you will. But I like it. It's cute. The artwork is great, and you know you can even Monika will have different outfits and all that stuff that she could wear. And not only that, there are special occasions too, like that where she can have just different outfits to wear. She could you can do things like celebrate Halloween, celebrate Christmas, celebrate her birthday even. So I guarantee you that there's definitely like a birthday surprise for this year as well. Because the devs are pretty up to date on it last I checked. But anyway, actually seems like fun. Monika reviews mods. But I've had a lot of time with this community, with this game. I must have sunk hundreds of hours into this game just on mods alone. I think, like, usually when you do mods, right, what you're supposed to do is that you can mod the Steam version, but now they want you to get the game through the official website. Like, it's best to do it through the official website and then mod that. Like, for example, like if I were to showcase my file explorer here, like if I were to showcase my mod folder here, right? Let's see, I just want to make sure I go. Just closing things. Alright, so these are my mods right here, and this is the base game right here. This is the base game right here that I use, and this is like all the different mods that I've played. I used to have way more than this. I've deleted some just because these actually, some of them take up more space than you think they would. But to kind of go back to showcase what it looks like to download and install a mod, like let's just get a random one, right? Let's just get, like, say if I want to play Shyness and Confidence. I just download it right here. It always takes you to some kind of media fire link thing, you know? And so now I have the mod, right? Let's see, give me a second. If you want to know what it looks like to download a mod, anyway, so now you just have the mod right here. I'm gonna go back here. So now we'll just make like a brand new folder, which I'll just name it the mod, you know, Shyness and Confidence. And then what you want to do is you want to get the base game, copy all of this, and then just paste it all right here. And then go to your mod. And what you want to do is just copy all of this and paste it in your DDLC game folder. And it's going to replace a lot of things. Character sprites, the game folder, all this stuff, and however much it needs. It takes a second. It's going to ask me if I want to replace shit. Replace files in the destination if you get that prompt. And now let's just refresh here. There we go. And DDLC mods have changed and advanced so much, because back then, every DDLC mod ran off of the DDLC exe file, but now all of these mods come with their own executables that you can just run off of to get the game. That's really interesting. But anyway, that is just the crux of, like, you know, the modding and all that stuff. That is like what it's generally like to mod. It's a very easy process, and because it's so accessible, that's why I've played so many as well. They make it really easy for you. But anyway, I think that's enough speaking. I think it's just time to play through the game. I think what we're gonna do is, so I don't have the regular game booted up. We just have DDLC Plus. We just have DDLC Plus. Just because I want to keep things simple, and if we have the time, we might go through the side stories as well. But we're just gonna go through the regular game. This game is not suitable for children or those who are easily disturbed. Individuals suffering from anxiety or depression may not have a positive experience playing this game. Would you like to reveal detailed content warnings which contain spoilers? Alternatively, in-game content warnings can also be enabled in the menu. So I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no. Because I know what this is about. By playing Doki Doki Literature Club, you agree that you have noted the game's age rating in your region, and you consent to your exposure of highly disturbing content. Okay. I feel like the music should be louder. Or just a bit. Everything should just be a bit. So it feels weird to be back here. I'm gonna be real with you. It's gonna be weird to play through the base game again so much because I played through so many mods too, and so many mods will go through the base game in its own way in some way, shape, or form. So I'm about to read dialogue that I've read a million times over, and I apologize for any kind of voices that you're gonna hear or all that stuff. I apologize for any voices you're gonna hear. I am not a voice actor, chat. I wish I was. I wish I was. I wish I would be good at this and all that stuff. But alas, it's gonna be so weird to go through this, y'all. Hey! I see an annoying girl running toward me from the distance, waving her arms in the air like she's totally oblivious to any attention she might draw to herself. That girl is Sayori, my neighbor and good friend since we were children. You know, the kind of friend you'd never see yourself making today, but just kind of works out because you've known each other for so long. We used to walk to school together on days like this, but starting around high school, she would oversleep more and more frequently, and I would get tired of waiting up. But she's gonna chase after me like this, I almost feel better off running away. However, I had to sigh and idle in front of the crosswalk and let Sayori catch up to me. I overslept again! But I caught you this time! Maybe, but only because I decided to stop and wait for you. You say that like you were thinking about ignoring me. That's mean, Ruby. Well, if people stare at you for acting weird, then I don't want them to think we're a couple or something. Fine. But you did wait for me after all. I guess you don't have it in you to be mean even if you want to. Whatever you say, Sayori. We cross the street together and make our way to school. As we draw near, the streets become increasingly speckled with other students making the daily commute. By the way, Ruby, have you decided on a club to join yet? A club? I told you already, I'm really not interested in joining any clubs. I haven't been looking either. That's not true. You told me you would join a club this year. Did I? I'm sure it's possible that I did, in one of our many conversations where I dismissively go along with whatever she's going on about. Hold on, someone's being annoying to me. Let me put my phone on vibrate. I'm sure it's possible that I did, in one of our many conversations where I dismissively go along with whatever she's going on about. Sayori likes to worry a little too much about me, but I'm perfectly content just getting by on the average while spending my free time on games and anime. I was talking about how I'm worried about how you won't learn to socialize or have any skills before college. Your happiness is really important to me, you know? I know you're happy now, but I'd die at the thought of you becoming a need in a few years because you're not used to the real world. Trust me, right? Don't make me keep worrying about you. Alright. I'll look at a few clubs if it makes you happy. No promises, though. Will you at least promise me you'll try a little? Yeah, I guess I'll promise you that. Yay! Why do I let myself get lectured by such a carefree girl? More than that, I'm surprised I even let myself relent to her. I guess seeing her worry so much about me makes me want to ease her mind at least a little bit, even if she does exaggerate everything inside of her head. The school day is as ordinary as ever. It's over before I know it. Sorry, just remember to fuck it. After I pack up my things, I stare blankly at the wall, looking for an ounce of motivation. Clubs. Sayori wants me to check out some clubs. I guess I have no choice but to start with the anime club. Hello? Sayori? Sayori must have come into the classroom while I was spacing out. I look around and realize I'm the only one left in the classroom. I thought I'd catch you coming out of the classroom, but I saw you just sitting here and spacing out, so I came in. Honestly, you're even worse than me sometimes. I'm impressed. You don't need to wait up for me if it's going to make you late to your own club. Well, I thought you might need some encouragement, so I thought, you know what? Hey, you could come to my club. Sayori? Yeah? There's no way I'm going to your club. Meanie. Sayori's vice president of the literature club. Not that I was ever aware she had any interest in literature. In fact, I'm 99% sure she only did it because she thought it would be fun to help start a new club. Since she was the first one to show interest after the one who proposed the club, she inherited the title of vice president. That said, my interest in literature is guaranteed to be even less. Yeah, I'm going to the anime club. Come on, please. Why do you care so much anyway? Well, I kinda told the club yesterday I would bring in a new member. And Natsuki made cupcakes and everything. Don't make promises you can't keep. I can't tell if Sayori's really that much of an airhead or she's just so cunning as to have planned all this out. I let out a long sigh. Fine, I'll stop by for a cupcake, okay? Yes, let's go! And thus, today marks the day I sold my soul for a cupcake. I dejectedly followed Sayori across the school and upstairs, a section of the school I rarely visit. Sayori, full of energy, swings open the classroom door. Everyone, the new member is here! I told you, don't call me a new member! Huh? I glance around the room. Welcome to the literature club. It's a pleasure meeting you. Sayori always says nice things about you. Seriously? You brought a boy? Way to kill the atmosphere. Ruby, what a nice surprise! Welcome to the club. All words escape me in this situation. This club is full of incredibly cute girls. What are you looking at? You want to say something, say it. Sorry. Natsuki? The girl with the sour attitude, whose name is apparently Natsuki, is one I don't recognize. A small figure makes her look like she's a first-year student. She's also the one who made cupcakes, according to Sayori. You can just ignore her when she gets moody. Sayori says that quietly into my ear, then turns back towards the other girls. Anyway, this is Natsuki, always full of energy. And this is Yuri, the smartest in the club. Don't say things like that. Yuri, who appears comparably more mature and timid, seems to have a hard time keeping up with people like Sayori and Natsuki. Well, it's nice to meet the both of you. And it sounds like you already know Monika, is that right? That's right. It's great to see you again, Ruby. Monika smiles sweetly. We do know each other. Well, we rarely talked, but we were in the same class last year. Monika's probably the most popular girl in class. Smart, beautiful, athletic, basically completely out of my league. So, having her smile at me genuinely feels a little... You too, Monika. Come sit down, Ruby. We made room for you at the table, so you can sit next to me or Monika. I'll get the cupcakes. Hey, I made them, I'll get them. Sorry, I got a little too excited. Then how about I make some tea as well? You know what's funny? I have not done voices for the girls in so long, chat. that I used to read to Andy all the time. Andy and I used to play a lot of DDLC mods together, and I used to read to him all the time. So it's been so long since I've tried to do any voices for them. Not that I was ever good in the first place, but man, I feel rusty. I'm so glad I got water with me. I'm gonna need it. The girls have a few desks arranged to form a table. As I already mentioned, it's been widened so there's at least one space next to Monika and one space next to Sayori. Natsuki and Yuri walked over to the corner of the room where Natsuki grabs a wrap tray and Yuri opens the closet. Still feeling awkward, I take a seat next to Sayori. Natsuki proudly marches back to the table, tray in hand. Okay, are you ready? Ta-da! Oh! Natsuki lifts the foil off of the tray to reveal a dozen white, fluffy cupcakes decorated to look like little cats. The whiskers are drawn with icing, and little pieces of chocolate were used to make ears. So cute! I had no idea you were so good at baking, Natsuki. Well, you know, just hurry and take one. Sayori grabs one first, then Monika. I follow. It's delicious! Sayori talks with her mouth full and already has managed to get icing on her face. I turn the cupcake around in my fingers, looking for the best angle to take a bite. Natsuki is quiet. I can't help but notice her sneaking glances in my direction. Is she waiting for me to take a bite? I finally bite down. The icing is sweet and full of flavor. I wonder if she made it herself. This is really good. Thank you, Natsuki. Why are you thanking me? It's not like haven't I heard this somewhere before? Made them for you or anything. I thought you technically did. Sayori said, well, maybe, but not for you, you know, dummy. Alright. I give up on Natsuki's weird logic and dismiss the conversation. Yuri returns to the table carrying a tea set. She carefully places a teacup in front of each of us before setting down on the teapot next to the cupcake tray. You keep a whole tea set in this classroom? Don't worry, the teacher gave us permission. After all, doesn't a hot cup of tea help you enjoy a good book? I guess? Don't let yourself get intimidated. Yuri's just trying to impress you. That's not... You're insulted. Yuri looks away. I meant that, you know... I believe you. Well, tea and reading might not be a pastime for me, but I at least enjoy tea. I'm glad. Yuri faintly smiles to herself in relief. Monika raises an eyebrow and smiles at me. So, what made you oh shit, that was the skip button? That is the skip button? Why is that the skip button? Why is control the skip button? Why? You know why? It's because I played this before. I think it's... Oh, god damn it. No. Why is that the skip button? I'm gonna thank God for the history. Why is that the skip button? I totally forgot controls the skip button, dude. I was resting my hand too comfortably on the keyboard. Alright. I was afraid of this question. Something tells me I shouldn't tell Monika I was practically... I don't think you could not in this game, though. Something tells me I shouldn't tell Monika that I was practically dragged here by Sayori. Well, I haven't joined any clubs yet, and Sayori seemed really happy here, so... That's okay. Don't be embarrassed. Well, make sure you feel right at home, okay? As president of the Literature Club, it's my duty to make the club fun and exciting for everyone. Let's see, is that actually everything? Yep. Monika, I'm surprised. How come you decided to start your own club? You could probably be a board member for any of the major clubs. Weren't you leader of the debate club last year? Well, you know, to be honest, I can't stand all the politics around the major clubs. It feels like nothing but arguing about the budget and publicity and how to prepare for events. I'd much rather take something I personally enjoy and make something special out of it. And if it encourages others to get into literature, then I'm fulfilling that dream. Monika really is a great leader. Yuri also nods in agreement. And I'm surprised there aren't more people in the club yet. Must be hard to start a new club. You could put it that way. Not many people are very interested in putting out all the effort to start something brand new. Especially when it's something that doesn't grab your attention like literature. You have to work hard and convince people that you're both fun and worthwhile. But it makes school events like the festival that much more important. I'm confident that we can all really grow this club before we graduate. Oh god, I'm hiccuping. Right, everyone? Yeah! We'll do our best. You know it. Everyone enthusiastically agrees. Such different girls, all interested in the same goal. Monika must have worked really hard just to find these three. Let's see. Maybe that's why they were all so delighted by the idea of a new member joining. Though I still don't really know if I could keep up with their level of enthusiasm about literature. So, Ruby, what kind of things do you like to read? Well, considering how little I've read these past few years, I don't really have a good way of answering that. Manga? I mutter quietly to myself, half joking. Natsuki's head suddenly perks up. It looks like she wants to say something, but she keeps quiet. Not much of a reader, I guess. Well, that can change. What am I saying? I spoke without thinking after seeing Yuri's sad smile. Anyway, what about you, Yuri? Well, let's see. Yuri traces the rim of her teacup with her finger. My favorites are usually novels that build deep and complex fantasy worlds. The level of creativity and craftsmanship behind them is amazing to me. And telling a good story in such a foreign world is equally impressive. Yuri goes on, clearly passionate about reading. She seems so reserved and timid since the moment I walked in, but it's obvious by the way her eyes light up that she finds comfort in the world of books, not people. But, you know, I like a lot of things. Stories with deep psychological elements usually immerse me as well. Isn't it amazing how a writer can so deliberately take advantage of your own lack of imagination and completely throw you for a loop? Anyway, I've been reading a lot of horror lately. I read a horror book once. I desperately grasped something I could relate to at a minimal level. At this rate, Yuri might as well be having a conversation with a rock. Really? I wouldn't have expected that, Yuri. For someone as gentle as you? I guess you could say that. But if a story makes me think or takes me to another world, then I really can't put it down. Surreal horror is often very successful at changing the way you look at the world, if only for a brief moment. Ugh, I hate horror. Oh? Why is that? Well, Natsuki's eyes dart over me for a split second. Never mind. That's right, you usually like to write about cute things, don't you, Natsuki? What? What gives you that idea? You left a piece of scrap paper behind last club meeting. It looked like you were working on a poem called Don't Say It Out Loud! And get that back! Fine. Your cupcakes, your poems, everything you do is just as cute as you are. Sayori slides up behind Natsuki and puts her hands on her shoulders. I'm not cute! Natsuki, you write your own poems? Huh? Well, I guess sometimes. Why do you care? I think that's impressive. Why don't you share them sometime? No! Natsuki averts her eyes. You wouldn't like them. Not a very confident writer yet? I understand how Natsuki feels. Sharing that level of writing takes more than just confidence. The truest form of writing is writing to oneself. You must be willing to open up to your readers, exposing your vulnerabilities and showing even the deepest reaches of your heart. Do you have writing experience too, Yuri? Maybe you could share some of your work and you could set an example and help Natsuki feel comfortable enough to share hers. I guess it's the same for Yuri. I wanted to read everyone's poems. We all sit in silence for a moment. Okay, I have an idea, everyone. Huh? Natsuki and Yuri look quizzically at Monika. Let's all go home and write a poem of our own. Then, next time we meet, we'll all share them with each other. That way, everyone is even. Yeah, let's do it! Plus, now that we have a new member, I think it will help us get a little more comfortable with each other and strengthen the bond of the club. Isn't that right, Ruby? Monika smiles warmly at me once again. Hold on, there's still one problem. Huh? What's that? Now that we're back to the original topic of me joining the club, I bluntly come forward with what's been on my mind the entire time. I never said I would join this club. Sarah may have convinced me to stop by, but I've never made any decision. I still have other clubs to look at and, I lose my train of thought. All four girls stare back at me with dejected eyes. But, I'm sorry, I thought... Ruby... You all... defenseless against these girls. I'm supposed to make a clear-headed decision when it's like this. That is, if writing poems is the price I need to pay in order to spend every day with these beautiful girls, right. Okay, I've decided then. I'll join the literature club. One by one, the girls' eyes light up. Yes! I'm so happy! Sarah wraps her arms around me, jumping up and down. Hey! He really did scare me for a moment. If he really just came for the cupcakes, I would be super pissed. Then that makes it official. Welcome to the literature club. Thanks, I guess. Okay, everyone. I think with that, we can officially end today's meeting on a good note. Everyone remember tonight's assignment. Write a poem to bring to the next meeting so we can all share. Monika looks over at me once more. Ruby, I look forward to seeing how you express yourself. Yeah. Can I really impress the class star Monika with my mediocre writing skills? I already feel the anxiety welling up inside me. Meanwhile, the girls continue their chit-chat as Yuri and Natsuki clean up their food. Hey, Ruby, since we're already here, do you want to walk home together? That's right, Sayori and I never walk home together anymore because she's always stayed after school for clothes. Sure, might as well. Yay! With that, the two of us depart the club room and make our way home. The whole way, my mind wanders back and forth between the four girls. Sayori, Natsuki, Yuri, and of course, Monika. Will I really be happy spending every day after school in the literature club? Perhaps I'll have the chance to grow closer to one of these girls. Alright, I just need to make the most of my circumstances, and I'm sure good fortune will come find me. And I guess that starts with writing a poem tonight. It's time to write a poem. Pick a word you think your favorite club member will like. Something good might happen to whoever likes the poem the most. So, alright, so chat. We're going to try to get the best ending possible, and that is you make poems that target the girl, like one girl specifically for chapter 1 or for act 1, and then you restart and then you do it again for another girl. Okay? Alright, so I want you, so chat, who should, for our first act, which girl should we target the most and please the most? Which girl should we target and please the most? Well, yeah, there is a best ending. There is a best ending in this game. And I want to go for best ending. So that means, so to get the best ending, say you have to please one girl for all 3 poem segments. And then you have to please one girl for all 3 like poem segments. Then before Act 2 starts, you reload, and then you please another girl, and then do it again, go through all the special segments again, then reload, and then do one more girl. So who's going to be our first girl? You said Sayori, David? Because we could do Sayori. So this Sayori is a really interesting one to... Sayori is kind of a difficult one to perfectly please. Well, how to say, you don't even need to get perfect scores. You just need to be in her favor the most. Sayori is like, the words that she likes are like a mix of Natsuki and Yuri's. Yuri likes dark words and words that are more than 3, that are at least 3 syllables and all that shit. However, and Natsuki really likes cute things, but Sayori likes a mix of both. So, alright, let's try. No, that's Yuri. Alright, there we go. Alright, yep. Alright, that's Sayori. Adventure. Yes. Peace. Alright, yeah, okay. Fireflies. Yes. Friends. Daydream. Unrequited. I could be unrequited. Like Sayori could be unrequited. Naiko? That's Natsuki. Fuck. Marriage. Sick. Play? Could be Marshmallow to Blue Twirl. Fuck! Alright. Skipping. And that fuck! Embrace. Alright, embrace. Dazzle. Alright, Rain Cloud. Memories. Game. Nah! Puppy. Fuck! Comfort. Sick, sick. Alright, last chance. Dream. Fuck! Alright, so I think we got Sayori most. I think we're gonna see whatever CG we get is whoever girl that we're pleasing, okay? Alright. Hi again, Ruby. Glad to see you didn't run away on us. Nah, don't worry. This might be a little strange for me, but at least I keep my word. Well, I'm back at the Literature Club. I was the last to come in, so everyone else is already hanging out. Thanks for keeping your promise, Ruby. I hope this isn't too overwhelming of a commitment for you. Making you dive headfirst into literature when you're not accustomed to it? Oh, come on. Like he deserves any slack. Sayori told me you didn't even want to join any clubs this year. And last year, too. I don't know if you just plan to just come here and hang out or what. If you don't take it seriously, then you won't see the end of it. Natsuki, you certainly have a big mouth for someone who keeps her manga collection in a club room. Natsuki finds herself stuck between saying Monika and manga. Manga is literature! Swiftly defeated, Natsuki pops back into her seat. Don't worry, guys. Ruby always gives it his best as long as he's having fun. He helps me with busy work without me even asking. Like cooking, cleaning my room. How dependable. Sayori, that's because your room is messy. It's so messy it's distracting. You almost set your house on fire once. Is that so? You two are really good friends, aren't you? I might be a little jealous. How come? You and Ruby can become good friends too? Sayori? As usual, Sayori seems oblivious of the weird situation she just puts me into. I forgot how much I love her. I love this airheaded cinnamon bun. Like, guys, I want you to put this in perspective. Even though my name is Monika, my Sona was based around Monika in this game and all that stuff. And even the Goat Sona design, not just the avatar, but even the concept is based on her in some aspects. Monika is not my favorite character. That might sound crazy, but Monika is not my favorite character. That might sound really crazy, but Monika's not my favorite. She's not my favorite girl. It's Sayori, undoubtedly. I don't know what it is, guys, but it's not for every time. But for most things, like for a lot of games that I play and all that stuff, for example, like, it's not for every game I play, but usually my favorite characters in a lot of games are friends that I wish I had. That's the best way I can describe that, what my favorite characters in a lot of stuff ends up being. Are friends that I wish I had. And Sayori is the friend I wish I had at school. Is like almost kind of like, she almost fits into that category. She's also the character I relate to the most, which if you know, you know. If you don't, you'll see. Oh, Yuri even brought something today, you know? Wait, Sayori... Me? Not really... Don't be shy. It's really nothing. What is it? Never mind. Sayori made it sound like a big deal when it's really not. What do I do? I'm sorry, Yuri. I wasn't thinking. Guess that means it's up to me to rescue this situation. Hey, don't worry about it. First of all, I wasn't expecting anything in the first place, so any nice gesture from you is a pleasant surprise. It'll make me happy, no matter what. Is that so? Yeah, I won't make a big deal if you don't want it to be. Alright. Well, here. Yuri reaches in your bag and pulls out a book. I didn't want you to feel left out, so I picked out a book that I thought you might enjoy. It's a short read, so it should keep your attention even if you don't usually read. And we could, you know, discuss it if you wanted. This is... How's this girl accidentally being so cute? She even picked out a book she thinks I'll like, despite me not reading much. Yuri, thank you. I'll definitely read this. I enthusiastically take the book. Phew. Well, you can read it at your own pace. I look forward to hearing what you think. Now that everyone's settled, I expected Monika to kick off some scheduled activities for the club, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Sayori and Monika are having a cheery conversation in the corner. Yuri's face is already buried in a book. I can't help but notice her intense expression, like she was waiting for this chance. Meanwhile, Natsuki is rummaging around in the closet. Man, looks like no one wants to be bothered today. I slumped down into the nearest desk. How am I supposed to occupy myself with something literature related by myself like this? I guess I could always read some of the book Yuri gave me, but I'm feeling a little too tired to read. I could probably fall asleep right now. I close my eyes and end up listening on Sayori's conversation with Monika. They're probably going to seem really lame compared to all the other clubs, though. Well, we can't give up. The festival is our chance to show everyone what the literature is all about. The problem is that the idea of a literature club sounds too dense and intellectual. But it's not like that at all, you know? We just need a way to showing that to everyone. Something that speaks to their creative minds. That doesn't solve the problem, though. Huh? What do you mean? Even when we come up with the most fun thing ever, nobody will come in the first place if it's a literature event. So it's more important to figure out how to get people to show up in the first place, you know? Then, and after they come, we can do the thing to speak to the creative minds. What's this? Sayori's taking this really seriously. It's rare to hear her deliberating like this. Huh, that's a good point. In that case, do you think food will do the trick? What kind? Well, I guess we could... Cupcakes! Good thinking. Natsuki would love to do that. You're right! Natsuki makes the best cupcakes. That works out perfectly. That wasn't why you suggested it? Cupcakes speak to my creative tummy. Cupcakes it is, then. I'm hungry. Anyway, we still need to work out the details of the event itself. I find myself smiling. In the end, Sayori's still her usual self. But therein lies the unexpected reason I admire her. Unlike me, who has trouble finding my own motivation at all, Sayori can put her mind to things and make them come to life. I suppose that's why I end up letting her get on my case about things. I can't help but wonder what it would be like to see the world through her eyes. Ah! I open my eyes to find Sayori's face filling my vision. I nearly fall out of my chair. Sorry. Wait! Actually, I'm not sorry at all! It's your fault for sleeping like that. This isn't the napping club. Does our school have a napping club? You're staying up late again, aren't you? Now that you're in a club, you're gonna have less time for anime, you know? You'll need to get used to it. Don't say that so loud. I glance over to my shoulder to see Monika overheard. It's true, though. Yeah, I know. You're always looking out for me, Sayori. It's what I do best. Fuck. second. That's a problem. What about you? You look out for me better than you look out for yourself. You're still oversleeping every day, aren't you? Not every day. It's not very convincing. How many days this past week have you gotten up on time? It's a secret. I knew it. Come on. At least give me the benefit of the doubt. I can't even do that. Look, Sayori, it's written all over you. Huh? Sayori glances around at herself. How is it written all over me? You were clearly in a rush this morning. Look, your hair's sticking out all around here. Huh? I run my fingertips down the side of Sayori's hair, trying to straighten it out. Man, you really need a brush for this. My hair is just really hard to get right. I won't fall for that. This is more than just your hair. Look, your bow isn't straight either. There's a toothpaste stain on your collar right here. I try to wipe off the stain with my finger. But nobody would ever notice that. Of course they would. I'm just gonna tell you about it because they don't want to embarrass you. Fortunately, I really don't care about that. Hey, meanie. You don't even keep your blazer buttoned up. Seriously, Sayori, why do you think you don't have a boyfriend yet? Huh? That's super mean! Sorry, but you'll thank me later. I start to button her blazer from the bottom. Once you see how much better it looks, you'll change your mind. This is so funny. What is? Well, I was just thinking how weird it is to have a friend who does these kind of things. Huh? Don't say that. You make me feel weird about it, stupid. It's okay, though. I'm happy we're like this. Aren't you? I guess. Hey, be careful. The button might come off. Why is this one so hard to close? I struggle to fully close the button near her chest. Does this thing even fit you properly? It did when I bought it. If you ever buttoned it, you would have noticed sooner that it doesn't fit you anymore. What are you smiling about? It means my boobs got bigger again. Don't say that out loud! Anyway, you look much better now, so... Why does it feel strange to see Sayori's blazer buttoned up like that? But it's so stuffy. It's not worth it at all! Sayori hastily unbuttons her blazer once more. Phew, that's so much better. Sayori puts her arms out and twirls around. So if I keep it unbuttoned, then I won't get a boyfriend, right? What kind of logic is that? Why are you saying that like it's a good thing? Because if I had a boyfriend, then he wouldn't even let you do things like this. And you take care of me better than anyone else would anyway. So that's why I'm keeping it unbuttoned. I'm saying all these embarrassing things. Huh? I didn't say anything embarrassing. Jeez. Well, anyway, focus on trying to wake up a little earlier. All of you focus on going to bed earlier. Fine. It's a deal. I guess we really are better at taking care of each other than we are at taking care of ourselves. Yeah, I guess so. So, maybe you should come wake me up in the morning? You're doing it again, Sayori. Oh, but I was joking that time! It's impossible to tell with you sometimes. Okay, everyone. Huh? Monika suddenly calls out. Why don't we share the poems we wrote now? Yay! Ruby, I can't wait to read yours. Yeah, same. I fail to sound enthusiastic, but Sayori still trots away to retrieve a poem. By the way, did you remember to write a poem last night? Yeah. My relaxation ends. I can't believe I agreed to do something so embarrassing. I couldn't really find much inspiration since I've never really done this before. Well, now that everyone's ready, why don't you find someone to share with? I can't wait! Sayori and Monika enthusiastically pull out their poems. Sayori's on a wrinkled sheet of loose leaf torn from a spiral notebook. On the other hand, Monika wrote hers in a composition notebook. I can already see Monika's pristine handwriting from where I sit. Natsuki and Yuri reluctantly comply as well, reaching into their bags. I do the same myself. Who should I show my poem to first? David, I'll give you the pleasure of choosing this one. So we got this. So we got the Sayori cutscene in CG. So that means our poem is more tailor made for Sayori. So we're successful in that. David, if you're still here, you're allowed to pick. You're allowed to pick who should be in first. Or if anybody else wants to have a say on who should be the first girl we choose, you're welcome to. It doesn't really bother who. It doesn't really, like, the order I don't think is affected at all in which we choose. But it's just like, yo, who do you want first? Alright, Natsuki, alright. I told Natsuki I was interested in her poems yesterday. It's probably only fair if I shared mine with her first. Well, it's about what I expected from someone like you. That's a little blunt. Well, excuse me. It's not like I said it was bad. It just didn't invoke any emotions. So basically it's not cute enough for your taste? Do you want to get smacked? I'll pass. Well, anyway, I guess I need to show you mine. Not that you'll like it. Eagles can fly. Monkeys can climb. Crickets can leap. Horses can race. Owls can seek. Cheetahs can run. Eagles can fly. People can try. But that's about it. Yeah, I told you that you weren't gonna like it. I like it. What? Just be honest. I am. Why are you so convinced that I wouldn't like it? Well, because everyone in high school thinks that writing has to be all sophisticated and stuff. So people don't even take my writing seriously. But isn't the point of poems for people to express themselves? Your writing style wouldn't make your message any less valid. Yes, exactly. I like when it's easy to read, but it hits you hard. Like in this poem. Seeing everyone around you do great things can be really disheartening. So I decided to write about it. Yeah, I understand. But the other nice thing about simple writing is that it puts more weight on the wordplay. Like, set up for a rhyme at the end, then made it fall flat on purpose. It helps bring out the feeling in the last line. So you did. I guess I more went into it than I realized. That's what it means to be a pro. I'm glad you learned something. Didn't expect that from the youngest one here, did you? Yeah, guess not. By the way, chat, that's one thing that's always had me curious is, didn't expect that from the youngest one here. And it's really interesting considering that I think something tells me that due to some lines and all that, Dan probably anticipated for all the girls to be different ages. From the main character saying Natsuki looks like a first year, and Natsuki saying didn't expect that from the youngest one here and all that stuff. But Dan would also later say that all the girls are 18, that they're all the same age. So I think he definitely intended for them to be at different ages, but made them all 18 afterwards. My guess is probably to avoid any trouble or anything along those lines. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the reasoning is like for making them all 18, because it definitely seems like that they were all intended to be different ages. Although here's the thing, I can also believe that Natsuki's 18. I get I can definitely believe Natsuki's 18, but that's just because look, anime girls don't exist. But just small, really small, I know small petite women that are 25 that are older than me. Like 25 is older than me. I know people of Natsuki's size, really short, height, and just really small and petite that are just older than me as well. That's the other thing I hate about a lot of people. That's the thing I hate about a lot of people. What people see as mature or what people see as adult is, when it comes to women anyway, dude, there's so much misogyny when it comes to what they view as, an adult woman. When they don't understand that not just women, but people in general comes in all kinds of shapes, forms, and different sizes. And some people look younger than they are, and some people look older than they are. I used to know a kid in high school, and he was my age. Dude, he was my age. I was 15 when I met him, and he was 15 too. This dude had a beard. I don't mean the typical prepubescent beard and all that stuff. I mean, this dude had a fucking beard. You know what I mean? I would look at him like, dude, how the fuck are you 15? It was so funny because I remember like when he wasn't in my homeroom class, but he was in somebody else's homeroom class, and it's really funny from the story that I heard. All the students thought he was the teacher because he was tall and he had a fucking beard and all that, and the teacher was this this small petite 25 26-year-old Asian lady and all that, who looked like the other kids. She looked young. She literally looked like a student, and the 15-year-old looked like the teacher. It was so fucking funny. Dude, it's so crazy. I don't know, like, genetics are crazy, man. I decided to humor her with that last comment. I don't really care how old everyone is, but Natsuki's feeling proud, and I won't take that away from her. Although you could probably infer that Natsuki is the youngest if we're gonna go by birth month, then, if they're all 18. Which, we don't even know the birth dates of the other girls. We only know Monika's birthday, and that is Monika's birthday is today. All right. By the way, all right. So, who is the next? Who should be the next girl we show? Yuri? Because Star got to pick the last one. I'll let Jamie pick Yuri. Yuri stares at the poem. A minute passes, more than enough time for her to finish reading. Sorry. I forgot to start speaking. It's fine. Don't force yourself. I'm not... I just need to put my thoughts into words. Hold on. Okay. This is your first time writing a poem, right? Yeah. Why do you ask? I'm just making sure. I guessed that it might be after reading through it. So it's that bad? No! Did I just raise my voice? Oh, I'm so sorry. Yuri buries her face in her hands. I couldn't help but notice that it's been several minutes and we haven't gotten anywhere. Might take Yuri a while to get used to new people. That's fine, I really didn't notice. What were you saying? Right, it's just that there are specific writing habits that are usually typical of new writers. And having been through that myself, I kind of learned to pick up on them. I think the most notable thing I recognize in new writers is that they're trying to make their style very deliberate. In other words, they tend to pick a writing style separate from the topic matter, and they form-fit the two together. The end result is that both the style and the expressiveness are weakened. Once Yuri finds her train of thought, it's as if her demeanor totally changes. Her stammering is completely gone, and she sounds like an expert. Of course, that's not something you can be blamed for. There are so many different skills and techniques that go into writing even a simple poem. Not just finding them and building them, but getting them to work together is probably the most challenging part. It might take you some time, but it all comes with practice, and learning by example and trying new things. I also hope that everyone else in the club gives you valuable feedback. Natsuki can be a little bit biased, though. Biased? How? Well, never mind. I shouldn't be talking about people like that. Sorry. That's fine. I'm not sure if Yuri is apologizing to herself, to me, or to Natsuki. Mind if I read your poem now? Please do. I'd love to share my thought process behind it. Yuri smiles dreamily, as if that's a rare opportunity for her. Which itself is kind of funny. After all, isn't this supposed to be a literature club? I forgot how much I don't like reading Yuri's handwriting. But I can read it. I can read it, just like I don't get to read cursive often. Nobody writes in cursive. Cursive is kind of a dying form of scripture over here. Like, I have a question, Chad. Did any of y'all ever have to learn? Did any of y'all have to Did any of y'all have to learn to write in cursive in school? I didn't have to learn how to write in cursive or read cursive in school. I actually did it on my own. I actually learned how to do it on my own, but yeah, I learned how to read and write in cursive on my own. It was just something I learned to do. I'm not perfect. But yeah, no, cursive was not part of any curriculum in my school. I know for a lot of, like, you know, people like my parents and all that stuff, like their generation, it was mandatory to learn cursive. But these days, dude, we don't even... Dude, cursive is not even, like... I know, like... I feel like at the minimum, you should know how to write your own name for signatures. Ghost under the light. The tendrils of my hair illuminate beneath the amber glow. Bathing. It must be this one. The last remaining street light to have withstood the test of time. The last yet to be replaced by the sickening blue-green hue of the future. I bathe, calm, breathing air of the present, but living in the past. The light flickers. I flicker back. I'm sorry I have such terrible handwriting. What? I wasn't thinking that at all. But it took you a long time to read. Well, I just don't read script very often. I actually think your handwriting is pretty. That's a relief. Also, I liked the poem. Even though it was short, it was really descriptive. It wasn't too short. I usually write longer poems. Cursive is, I made it the fuck up when I write. Draven, it's just like, you know, the people who put L and O at the end of every, like who put L before every word and at the end and O at the end of every word and saying like I'm like, hey, I'm speaking Spanish. El Spico the Spanisho. You know, that type of stuff. You want to know what? Okay, guys. Do you want to know, like, there is one letter in cursive that I don't get. That I don't get at all, chat. And it's the Z. Z in cursive is so fucking weird, dude. Have you guys ever seen what Z looks like in cursive? Like, hold on. Let's see. There you go. Alright. Here's the whole alphabet. That's Z down there. That's Z down there. Like, some of these, like, A, B, C, D, E, F, and G, and lowercase g in particular does make sense. I'm gonna be real, uppercase G is really weird. Lowercase g makes a lot of sense. The F's make a lot of sense. Uppercase G is fucking weird. That makes sense. J makes sense. The J, uppercase J, in my opinion, is what fucking G should be. Uppercase J is, like, in my opinion, what uppercase G should be. L, M, N, O are all fine. P. Q is actually... Q, dude, that's just a fucking 2, dude. That is just a Q. Like, that is just a 2. That is a 2. R is fine. R in lowercase never made sense to me. R in lowercase never made any fucking sense to me. S is fine. T is obviously makes sense. U, okay, look, lowercase u and lowercase v, bruh. What the fuck is lowercase u and lowercase v? It's just like the tail end is different. That's what's different. It's the fucking tail end, man. I hate cursive. I know how to write in it and I know how to read it, but I still don't like it. Anyway, I'm really glad you like it. I'll be honest, since our first time sharing, I wanted to write something a little more mild. Something easy to digest, I suppose. Are you in the ghost theory? Actually, the story isn't about a ghost at all, Ruby. Really? Must have totally missed the point. Well, I suppose you did only glance over it after all. But remember that poets can often express their own thoughts, feelings, and experiences in their work. They usually do more than tell a simple story or paint a picture. In this case, perhaps the subject of the poem is only being symbolically compared to a ghost, lingering in her last remaining place of comfort, unable to let go of the past, and soon to be left with nothing. That's a lot more solemn, putting it that way. I hadn't even thought about that. That's impressive. It's nothing, really. Well, it makes me happy that you think that. Just remember it won't be long before you pick up on these things too. Yeah, maybe you're right. I guess I'll have to keep trying. I'm counting on you. Alright. Okay. Alright. Chat. Okay. Alright, I'll let it go for like another 30 seconds. Let it go for another 30 seconds for the few people that are in here. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, Monika. Hi, Ruby. Having a good time so far? Yeah. Good. Glad to hear it. By the way, since you're new and everything, if you ever have any suggestions for the club, like new activities or things we can do better, I'm always listening. So don't be afraid to bring things up, okay? Alright, I'll keep that in mind. Of course I'll be afraid to bring things up. Much better off just going with the flow until I'm more settled in. Anyway, want to share your poem with me? It's kind of embarrassing, but I guess I have to. Don't worry, Ruby. We're all a little embarrassed today, you know? But it's that sort of barrier we'll all learn to get past soon. Yeah, that's true. I hand Monika my poem. I like this one. It makes me think of something Sayori would like. Is that so? You and Sayori are really good friends, right? I wouldn't be surprised if you had those sorts of things in common. Well, we may be good friends, but Sayori and I are actually really different. Well, that may be the case. But maybe there are also some similarities that you wouldn't expect. The way she talks about you, it sounds like the two of you really care about each other's well-being. Even if you show it in different ways, it ends up being more similar than you'd think. So, I think that's the kind of vibe I get when reading your poem. You sure you're not reading into it too much? I could be. Oh gosh, I sound like Yuri. In any case, Sayori's writing has kind of a gentle feel to it. I can tell that she likes exploring with emotions, like happiness and sadness. Who knew that someone so happy would enjoy sad things too? Yeah, that's totally unexpected. Well, to each their own. And you shouldn't be afraid to experiment with a little bit either. I'm sure I'll end up trying something different. I'll end up trying different things a lot. It could take a while before I feel comfortable doing this. That's okay. I'd love to see you try new things. That's the best way to find the kind of style that suits you. Everyone else might be a little bit biased towards their own kind of styles. But I'll always help you find what suits you the most. So don't force yourself to write the way everyone else wants you to write. It's not like you have to worry about impressing them or anything. Anyway, you want to read my poem now? Don't worry, I'm not very good. You sound pretty confident for someone who claims to be not very good. Well, that's because I have to sound confident. It doesn't mean I always feel that way, you know? I see. Well, let's read it then. Hole in wall. It couldn't have been me. See? The direction the spackle protrudes. A noisy neighbor? An angry boyfriend? I'll never know. I wasn't home. I peer inside for a clue. No, I can't see. I reel, blind like a film left out in the sun. But it's too late. My retinas are already scorched with a permanent copy of the meaningless image. It's just a little hole. It wasn't too bright. It was too deep. Stretching forever into everything. A hole of infinite choices. I realize now that I wasn't looking in. I was looking out. And he, on the other side, was looking in. So, what do you think? It's very freeform, if that's what you call it. Sorry, I'm not really the right person to ask for feedback. It's okay. That kind of style has gotten pretty popular nowadays. That is, a lot of poems have been putting emphasis on the timing between words and lines. When performed out loud, it can be really powerful. Was that the inspiration behind this one? Well, I'm not sure how to put it. I guess you could say that I had some kind of epiphany recently. It's been influencing my poems a bit. An epiphany? Yeah, something like that. I'm kind of nervous to talk about deep stuff like that, because it's kind of coming on strongly. Maybe after everyone is better friends with each other. Anyway. Oh, sorry. Here's Monika's writing tip of the day. Sometimes when you're writing a poem or a story and your brain gets too fixated on a specific point, if you try so hard to make it perfect, you'll never make any progress. Just force yourself to get something down on the paper and tidy it up later. Another way to think about it is this. If you keep your pen in the same spot for too long, you'll just get a big dark puddle of ink. So just move your hand and go with the flow. That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening. Yes, I have hydrated, but I am going to hydrate again. Oh my goodness! This is so good, Ruby! Huh? I love it! Wait, hold on. Alright. I had no idea you were such a good writer! Sayori, you must be seriously overreacting. I'm not a good writer at all. I honestly have no idea what I'm doing. Well, maybe that's why. Because I have no idea what I like either. Jeez. Your opinion was way more constructive than this. Are you sure you don't like it just because I wrote it? Huh? Well, I'm sure that's part of it. I think I understand you better I think I understand you better than a lot of other people, you know? So when I read your poem, it's not just a poem. It's a Ruby poem. And that's what makes it feel extra special. Like, I can feel your feelings in it. Sayori hugs the sheet against her chest. It's so weird, Sayori. I'm really happy just that you wrote one. It reminds me how you're really a part of this club now. Not to mention the fact I'm standing in front of you in the club room. Well, of course. I'm not really into it yet, but that doesn't mean I'll break my promise. See? It's like I said before, Ruby. Deep down, you're not selfish at all, you know? Trying new things like this for other people, that's something only really good people do. Thanks, Sayori. I'm not sure if Sayori sees the full picture of my motive here. And again, I can't deny that she's part of the reason I joined. Knowing how much this means to her and all. Yeah, and I'm gonna make sure you have lots of fun here, okay? That will be my way of saying thank you. Alright, I'm gonna hold you to that then. Yay! Now you'll read my poem too, right? Don't worry, I'm really bad at this. Well, see about that. Dear Sunshine, the way you go through my... the way you go through... My god. Hi, Luna. How you doing, sweetie? Hope you're doing good. Dear Sunshine, the way you glow through my blinds in the morning makes me feel like you missed me. Kissing my forehead to help me out of bed, making me rub the sleepy from my eyes. Are you asking me to come out and play? Or are you trusting me to wish away the rainy day? I look above. The sky is blue. It's a secret, but I trust you too. If it wasn't for you, I could sleep forever, but I'm not mad. I want breakfast. Sayori, this is just a guess, but did you wait until this morning to write this? No? Just a little bit. You can't answer just a little bit to a yes or no question. I forgot to do it last night. Well, at least that makes me feel a little bit better about myself. Don't be mean. I still tried my best. Yeah, I didn't mean to say that it was a bad poem. It just came out nice, or how should I put it? It sounds just like you. Really? Yeah, especially that last line. I made eggs and toast. Even though you were late to school, it's bad to skip breakfast. I get all cranky. I guess there's no point in arguing. Anyway, thanks for showing me. This is so much fun. Monika's the best. Yeah. But next time, I won't forget. And I'm gonna write the best poem ever. Well, I guess I look forward to it. Phew, I guess that's everyone. I glance around the room. It was a little more stressful than I anticipated. It's as if everyone is judging me for my mediocre writing abilities. Even if they're just being nice, there's no way my poems can stand up to theirs. This is a literature club, after all. I sigh. Guess that's what I ended up getting myself into. Across the room, Sayori and Monika are happily chatting. My eyes land on Yuri and Natsuki. They gingerly exchange sheets of paper, sharing their respective poems. As they read in tandem, I watch each of their expressions change. Natsuki's eyebrows furrow in frustration. Meanwhile, Yuri smiles sadly. What's with this language? Huh? Did you say something? Oh, it's nothing. Natsuki dismissively returns the poem to the desk with one hand. I guess you could say it's fancy. Thanks. Yours is cute. Cute? Did you completely miss the symbolism or something? It's clearly about the feeling of giving up. How can that be cute? I know that. I just meant the language, I guess. I was trying to say something nice. Eh? You mean you have to try that hard to come up with something nice to say? Thanks, but it really didn't come out nice at all. Well, I do have a couple suggestions. If I was looking for suggestions, I would have asked somebody who actually liked it. Which people did, by the way. Sayori liked it, and Ruby did too. So based on that, I'll gladly give you some suggestions of my own. First of all, excuse me. I appreciate the offer, but I spent a long time establishing my writing style. I don't expect it to change anytime soon, unless, of course, I come across something particularly inspiring. Which I haven't yet. And Ruby liked my poem too, you know? He even told me he was impressed by it. Natsuki suddenly stands up. Here we are, guys. Here we are. Oh? I didn't realize you were so invested in trying to impress a new member, Yuri. That's not what I... You're just... Yuri stands up as well. Maybe you're just jealous that Ruby appreciates my advice more than he appreciated yours. Huh? And how do you know he didn't appreciate my advice more? Are you that full of yourself? No. If I was full of myself, I would deliberately go out of my way to make everything I do overly cutesy. Is everyone okay? Well, you know what? I wasn't the one whose boobs magically grew a size bigger as soon as Ruby started showing up. Natsuki! Natsuki, that's a little... This doesn't involve you. I don't like fighting, guys! Suddenly, both girls turned towards me as if they just noticed I was standing there. Ruby, she's just trying to make me look bad. That's not true. She started it. If she could get over herself and learn to appreciate that simple writing is more effective, then this would have happened in the first place. What's the point in making your poems all convoluted for no reason? The meaning should jump out at the reader, not force them to have to figure it out. Help me explain that to her, Ruby. Wait, there's a reason we have so many deep and expressive words in our language. It's the only way to convey complex feelings and meaning most effectively. Avoiding them is not only unnecessarily limiting yourself, it's also a waste. You'll understand that, right, Ruby? Well... How did I get dragged into this in the first place? It's not like I know anything about writing, but whoever I agree with, they'll probably think more highly of me. So of course that's gonna be... Alright, look. I'm gonna be really... I don't like the help me Sayori option. I think overall in this general situation, I think Natsuki's in the right more, for sure, undoubtedly. I definitely think she's definitely out of pocket for lashing out so quickly. She's very defensive, very quick to defend herself. To like the moment that she takes a slice, she does kind of go full frontal, and for a very good reason though. The side stories convey that very well on why she's like that. But I think generally speaking, I think Natsuki is more in the right of this situation. And I totally forgot what the interactions were like. But I don't remember what the Natsuki reaction was like, so let's go with that one. Yuri, you're really talented. Well, but Natsuki has a point. I think that... I racked my brain and attempted to back myself up. I think that conveying feelings with few words can be just as impressive as well. It lets the reader's imagination takes over. And Natsuki's poem did a really good job at that. Yeah, it did, didn't it? Shows how much you know. That's not... Natsuki? I think that's enough. Huh? Me? But she was so mean to me. Natsuki's voice whines. Look, what we talked about yesterday was right. Writing is a really personal thing, and sharing it can definitely be hard. It looks like we learned that today. Even small criticism can lead to something pretty heated. I glance over my shoulder. Sayori's nodding vigorously. Yeah, so you don't need to feel threatened. You're a great writer, Natsuki. Natsuki's voice gets caught in surprise. Thanks for noticing. She finally mutters that barely audible. Yuri? Yuri looks at me dejectedly. With a face like that, I can't help but feel bad for her as well. I'm sure that Natsuki didn't mean everything she said, so you don't need to feel threatened either. Well, if you say so. Hey, it's not like you need to apologize for me, Ruby. Jeez. Natsuki takes a breath. The thing about... Natsuki glances around the room. Would everyone stop staring at me? Unsurprisingly, Natsuki has a harder time with it than she boasted. Sayori and Monika look away. Anyway, the thing about your boobs, I didn't mean it, okay? That's all. Natsuki looks away, avoiding eye contact with anyone. Yeah, you're naturally beautiful, Yuri. Sayori! I'll go make some tea. I was just trying to help. I'm sure she appreciated it, Sayori. I pat Sayori on the shoulder. Well, now that we're past that, everyone's read each other's poems, right? I hope it was worthwhile for everyone. Especially you, Ruby. And to be honest, it's a nice change of pace from the lazing around we got a little too used to. So my journey to the club was responsible for ruining the atmosphere. No, not at all, not at all. There's still time before we go home. So we'll all relax for a bit. Of course, besides chatting, we do literature-related things in the club room. So maybe you could take the chance to pick up a book or do some writing. After all, that's what the club is for. I disagree, Monika. Huh? About what? That's not the most important thing about the literature club. The most important thing is having fun. Of course. Well, I guess that's why you're the vice president, Sayori. In the end, though, Monika's right. Being in the literature club probably means I can't spend all my time doing nothing. But in the end, I guess it's been worth it so far. Okay, everyone. It's just about time for us to leave. How did you all feel about sharing poems? It was a lot of fun. Well, I'd say it was worth it. It was alright. Well, mostly. Ruby, how about you? Yeah, I'd say the same. It's a neat thing to talk about with everyone. Awesome. In that case, we'll do the same thing tomorrow. And maybe you'll learn something from your friends too. So your poems will turn out even better. I think to myself, I did learn a little more about the kinds of poems everyone likes. With any luck, that means I can do a better job at impressing those I want to impress. I nodded myself with newfound determination. Ruby? Ready to walk home? Sure, let's go. Sayori beams at me. It's truly been a while since Sayori and I have spent this much time together. I really can't say that I'm not enjoying it either. Sayori, about what happened earlier. Eh? What do you mean? You know, between Yuri and Natsuki. Does that kind of thing happen often? No! That's really the first time I've seen them fight like that. I promise, they're both wonderful people. You don't hate them, do you? No, I don't hate them. I just wanted your opinion, that's all. I can see why they make good friends with you. Here, you know, Ruby, it's nice that I get to spend time with you in the club, but I think seeing you get along with everyone is what makes me the happiest. I think everyone really likes you too. That's... Every day is going to be so much fun. It looks like Sayori still hasn't caught on to the kind of situation I'm in. Being friends with everyone is nice, but does it really need to stop there? We'll just have to see what the future holds, Sayori. I pat Sayori on the shoulder. I say that more to myself than her, but it's easy to use Sayori as an internal monologue sometimes. Okay. Yep, let's do this. Okay. No, that's Yuri. Friends, together, adventure. Laugh. Skipping. That is Sayori. Bed. Sunny? Okay, nope. Memories. Love. Pout. No, that's not ski. Party. Fireflies. Smile. Shopping? No. Romance. Silly. Okay. Rain cloud. And pain. There we go. Okay. Cool. Another day passes and it's time for the club meeting already. I've gotten a little more comfortable over here the past couple of days. Entering the club room, the usual scene greets me. Hi, Ruby. Yo, Sayori. Looks like you're in a good mood today. I'm just still not used to you being in the club, that's all. I see. It's a pretty simple thing to get you in a good mood. But I guess it's always the simple things with you anyway. Speaking of which, I'm kinda hungry. Will you come with me to buy a snack? No thanks. That's not like you at all! I have my reasons. Why don't we take a look at your purse, Sayori? Why that, all of a sudden? No reason, really. I just wanted to look at it. Sayori nervously retrieves her coin purse. She fumbles with the latch and gets it open. Then she turns it upside down and lets its contents spill onto the desk. Only 2 small coins flat out. I knew it. I could see right through you, Sayori. That's not fair. How do you even know? It's that simple. If you had enough money in the first place, you would have bought a snack before coming into the club room. So either you're not hungry and want an excuse to take a walk, or you plan to conveniently forget that you spent all your money so that I would lend you some. But there's one more thing. You're always hungry! So, that only leaves one option. I give up! Don't make me feel guilty! If you feel guilty, that means you deserve to feel guilty. Yuri suddenly giggles. Huh? I didn't notice she was listening in. Her face is in her book as always. I wasn't listening or anything. It was just something in my book. Yuri! Tell Ruby to let me borrow some money. Don't get me involved like that, Sayori. Besides, you should only buy what you can responsibly afford. And frankly, after pulling a mischievous little stunt like that, your suffering is fair enough retribution. I didn't mean that. I got too absorbed in my book. I really like when you speak your mind, Yuri. It doesn't happen much, but it's a fun side of you. There's no way you could think that. You were right, though. I did something bad, and now I have to accept the revolution. Retribution. That! Still, coming from you, Sayori, I guess there's a little devil inside all of us, isn't there? Don't let her fool you. Sayori knows exactly what she's doing. After all, she told you guys she was bringing me to the club before she even told me. But you wouldn't have come if it weren't for the cupcakes. So I had to trick Natsuki into making them. Come on, give me more credit than that, Sayori. Out of nowhere, something smacks Sayori in the face and tumbles onto the desk. Clap. Yeah! Ow! What was... Huh? A cookie! Sure enough, it's a giant cookie wrapped in plastic. Sayori glances around. Is this a miracle? It's because I paid my restitution. Retribution. Actually, that one almost worked. I was just gonna give it to you, but then I heard you blab about the cupcakes. It's totally worth seeing your reaction, though. Natsuki, it's so nice of you. I'm so happy. Sayori hugs the cookie. Jeez, just eat it. Sayori rapidly tears open the wrapper and hold on. Sayori rapidly tears open the wrapper and takes a big bite. So good. Sayori suddenly clasps her hands over her mouth. I bit my tongue! You're going through a lot over just one cookie. Natsuki takes a bite of her own cookie. Yours looks really good too, Natsuki. Can I try it? Jeez, beggars can't be choosers. But yours is chocolate. Yeah, why do you think I gave you that one? Fine. Still, I'm really happy that you shared this one with me. Sayori gets out of her seat and goes behind Natsuki and wraps her arms around her. Jeez. I get it. Cookie still in hand, Natsuki reaches up to nudge Sayori off her. Sayori suddenly leans down and takes a bite out of Natsuki's cookie. Hey! Did you seriously just do that? Mouth full, Sayori trots away to safety. Yuri and I laugh as well. Jeez, you're such a kid sometimes. Monika, can you tell Sayori... Natsuki glances around. Monika isn't in the club room. Ugh. Where's Monika anyway? Good question. Have any of you heard anything about her being late today? Not me. Yeah, I haven't either. That's a bit unusual. I hope she's okay. Of course she's okay. She probably just had something to do today. She's pretty popular after all. You don't think she has a... I wouldn't be surprised. She's probably more desirable than all of us combined. That's true. Excuse me? Suddenly the door swings open. Sorry, I'm super sorry. There you are. I didn't mean to be late. I hope you guys weren't worried or anything. Monika chose the club over her boyfriend after all. You're so strong-willed. Boyfriend? What on earth are you talking about? Monika quizzically glances at me. Never mind that. What held you up anyway? Well, my last period today was study hall. To be honest, I just kind of lost the track of time. That makes no sense, though. You would have heard the bell ring, at least. I must not have heard it, since I was practicing piano. Piano? I wasn't aware that you played music as well, Monika. I don't really... I just kind of started recently. I've always wanted to learn piano. That's so cool! You should play something for us, Monika. That's... When Monika looks at me. Maybe once I get a little bit better, I will. Yay! That sounds cool. I'd also look forward to it. Is that so? In that case, I won't let you down, Ruby. Monika smiles sweetly. I didn't mean any pressure or anything like that. Don't worry. I've been practicing a whole lot recently, and I'd really love the chance to share once I'm ready. I see. In that case, best of luck. Thanks. So, I didn't miss anything, did I? No, not really. I choose to leave out of Sayori's mischievous escapade. I'm sure Natsuki won't be complaining to her anyway. Looks like everyone has already settled down. Sorry. Oh god, excuse me. Sayori somehow already finished her entire cookie. Yuri's back to her book, and Natsuki disappeared into the closet. Ruby! Ruby! Sayori suddenly comes up to me. I'm gonna get some supplies from another classroom. Wanna come with me? Supplies? What for? Well, you know how the festival's coming up? Me and Monika were gonna make some posters and stuff. So I need to go find some crayons and markers and glue sticks. I see. Sure, I'll go with you. Yay! Okay, Monika, we'll be back soon. Are you going with Ruby to get the supplies? There's no need to trouble yourself. I'd be happy to go with him. Oh, but I wanted to go. It's so much fun exploring empty classrooms and stuff. Okay, okay. It's just a suggestion. See if you can find poster paper too, okay? Okay. Ready, Ruby? Yep, let's go. Let's see. Oh god, I hope everyone's doing well. I hope everyone's doing well, chat. Oh man, I am. That's what I'm looking for. Like, I hope my reading in the voices aren't too obnoxious or anything like that. I wish I was better at this. That's for sure. But at some point, I'm gonna have to go downstairs to get water and all that stuff too, because man, this shit's exhausting. I forgot how exhausting this is on the throat. I would love to actually get some like voice acting pointers and all that stuff. Not because I really want it. I don't want to do voice acting as like a career thing. I would love to do it as like a side passion and all that stuff. But I was the kid. I was the kid who really loved read aloud in class. You know, I really loved read aloud in class. And I was always the one that really tried to put an effort to the voices and all that stuff. Because I don't know, it was just fun to me. It was always fun to me, and I think it's because like whenever, like when I was in school, I would always do I would always purposely raise my hand to do the read aloud as much as possible, to the point where teachers stopped picking on me because I was doing it too much. You know, because I got so fed up. I'm not gonna lie, I got so tired of all the other kids, like, you know, reading it and be like, there's no need, like for example, if they were reading this interaction. Like, if they were reading this if the kids in school, in my classes, were reading an interaction, it would go like this. So, I need to find some crayons and markers and glue sticks. Ah, I see. Sure, I'll go with you. Yay. Okay, Monika, we'll be back soon. Ah, are you going with Ruby to get the supplies? There's no need to trouble yourself. I'd be happy to go with them. Ah, but I wanted to go. It's so much fun exploring empty classrooms and stuff. Okay. It was just a suggestion. See if you can find poster paper too, okay? Like all of they would all they would all read it like that, and yeah, they would all read they like all the kids in my class read it like that, and I'm like, dude, I like whenever they're doing read alouds and kids would read like that, I would be like I would always do that. And so I was like, you know, like I'll try to actually put some emotion into this, essentially. I would always try to like make the characters feel as lively as possible, or like I would try my best to figure out what the mood was for certain things and all that. And I've always kept that up, and even reading now, I don't know. I'm doing the best job that I can. I hope my reading is serviceable to y'all. If there's one thing I would love to do, I would love to learn vocal feminization, just so I can voice the girls, you know, just good in general. But because I know what their voices sound like to me. To me, and to be honest, like I would love to learn like okay, look, I'm gonna be real with you guys. I really love and admire usually the trans voice actors or voice actresses or anything in between. I love trans people in the voice acting industry because I don't know what it is, dude. They usually have the most intense range ever. They have some of the greatest range I've ever seen, and it almost kind of makes me wish that they would have that range as well. I wish a lot of them would have like as much range as they do to be able to, because they know, like, because a lot of them do these incredibly good vocal exercises to do feminine roles and also very masculine ones as well. And it's so good, and I love it. I love it. Like, there's range in the types of characters you could play, and then there's range in. I just realized the poll never ended. I forgot to end the poll. I'm sorry. There's range in the types of. There's range in the types of characters you could play, and also the types of voices you could do, and. Like I totally forgot what her name is, but the person who does the English voice for Testament in Guilty Gear Strive, I love her so fucking much. I fucking love her so much, and the range on her voice is so fucking perfect that it's something that I aspire to have as much range as she does. Like, hold on. Like, I want to see if I could possibly like pull up an example, but nevertheless, yeah, I know. I wish I had more range too, sweetie. I would love to have a lot more range. I think I don't have exactly vast range. I think I probably have more range than most people, just because of me naturally doing this. It kind of just happened naturally over time, but I never ever figured it out how to unlock that potential in the sense. I don't know what it means to like really to do proper voice work and all that stuff, you know what I mean? I am I can't even call myself self-taught. I just have low-level experience, if you will. Like, for example, I still talk from my throat. Like, when I talk from my, I more talk from my throat than anything, and I edit. Oh yeah, the thing I want is, I don't like, obviously the idea is that you don't want your characters to sound the most like yourself, at least, well, unless it demands for it, like, but yeah. Anyway, but let's just get back to this. Sarah and I exit the club room. follow behind as Sayori hums and skips around the hallway. Honestly, it feels like I'm talking to a kid. It feels like I'm taking a kid to a mall or something. Sayori finds pleasure in the simplest things sometimes. Hey, Sayori, what exactly are we doing for the festival anyway? I'm not sure how you would make an event out of literature. Me and Monika have it all planned out. Don't you worry. Is that so? Yep. We're gonna do a poetry performance. Performance? Of what kind? Well, everyone's gonna take turns on stage and recite their favorite poems. That sounds kind of dull. Ruby, you're not thinking about it the right way at all. It's not just about reading poems, it's about performing them. Like you say the lines of the poems, like, between my feet, the last remaining flower beckons to me. I twist the stem, freeing it from its clinging roots, caressing the final joyous moment between my fingers. But to what ends have I summoned this joy? For now, when I look in every direction, the once prosperous field before me is but a barren wasteland. Like that! Sayori, how do I put this? I'm pretty sure it's just me, but it's impossible for me to take you seriously when you talk like that. You meanie. I'm working super hard on this, you know? I know. I just meant that it's pretty unordinary I just meant that it's a pretty unordinary. I hate that word. Unordinary. God. I just meant that it's a pretty unordinary contrast to your cute self. Don't say it like that. It's embarrassing. But I guess that means I'm doing a good job. Guys, you'll know. All right, guys. It's pretty cool. I think it's cool that I'm doing this, chat, because you guys are sort of getting a glimpse. You guys are sort of getting a glimpse into how you guys are getting a glimpse into how I kind of approach when I do voiceover narration on my videos. On the two videos that I did, my two nightmare videos, you get to hear me like fuck up and all that stuff. You get to hear me fuck up. You get to hear me try to, tackle a line differently, like the same line differently and all that stuff, like as if I'm doing multiple takes live and all that shit. So it's pretty cool. I think it's cool that so this is almost kind of like an insight on what it's like for me to do a video. Yeah, I guess so. I'm so excited! The festival is going to be so much fun! Sayori spins herself around in the hallway again. Hey, Ruby, this classroom over here is empty. Let's begin the mission. The mission, huh? It's been a long time since I spent time with Sayori like this. But in the end, she hasn't changed one bit. She's nothing but a ball of sunshine, drawing happy vibes from the world around her. It's a pretty nostalgic feeling for me. As the years went by, I began to hold myself up in this room more and more. You have yourself a good day, Star, and thank you for stopping by. So, going adventuring with Sayori brings about a special sort of feeling I forgot I had in me. The two of us entered the classroom. Sayori heads straight to the closet, and I follow. Let's see what we have here. Let's see what we have in here. Crayons! Sayori pulls a full box. Ugh! Sayori pulls a box full of crayons off the shelf. I don't even like how I read that line. Sayori pulls a... Sayori pulls a box full of crayons off the shelf. They're the best brand, too. Kind of dirty, though. Sayori starts pulling various crayons out of the box, reading the color names. Alright, that's one down. Don't get distracted. We still need to find... Wait, I'm looking for my favorite color. Fine. Then at least move aside so I can look for poster paper. I dropped one by accident. Sayori bends over and smacks her forehead right into the shelf. She falls onto the floor and the crayons spill all over her lap. Oh! You okay? My forehead! Sayori clutches her forehead. Jeez, Sayori. That's just like you, isn't it? Come on, let me see. Since Sayori's sitting on the floor, I grab her by the waist and pull her out of the closet. You have to move your hands, Sayori. But it hurts! Just do it for a second. Sayori slowly releases her hands from her forehead. I gently brush her bangs to the side. Oh, sorry. There's a huge red mark on the center of her forehead. A bump is starting to form as well. Man, that's gonna swell up. I should find you some ice. Ruby? Where do you even find ice around this time? I guess a cold drink would do. You don't have to. I'm fine with looking like a unicorn. Even wincing from the pain, Sayori still makes a silly little joke. What are you saying? I'll be right back, okay? Okay. I pat Sayori on the shoulder and run out into the hallway. I locate the nearest vending machine. What should I get? Doesn't really matter since it will be used as an ice pack rather than a drink. But I know Sayori likes apple juice, so I'll purchase that one. In just a moment, I'm already returning to the classroom where I left Sayori. She has one palm on her forehead and is using the other hand to clumsily scoop crayons back into the box. At least they were already in the wrong spots before I spilled them. Sayori, here. I hand Sayori the bottle of apple juice. It's nice and cold. Sayori opens the cap and starts drinking from it. Sayori, what are you doing? It's not for your forehead, idiot! Ah, sorry, I forgot. How hard did you hit your head? Sayori places the bottle against the bump on her head. It stings. Just bear with it. It'll feel better soon. It looks like you cleaned up most of the crayons, so that's good. Hey, Ruby? This kind of reminds you of growing up, doesn't it? What do you mean? You know how we used to play outside all the time? I would always try to keep up with you. You were kind of oblivious in some ways. Like I usually fell behind or had trouble climbing on the things you did. But sometimes when I tried to do the things I couldn't, I would get myself hurt. I'd fall and scrape myself or get a bump. And I would start crying really hard. You would rush over as quick as you could. You would try really hard to get me to stop crying. It was almost like you blamed yourself and you were afraid of getting in trouble if someone found out. Even though it really wasn't your fault at all, you know? Did I really do that? Yeah, you don't remember? Come to think of it, maybe I do remember a bit. I guess I was always so focused on my games that I didn't pay enough attention to you. So in a way, it was my fault. Kind of like this time too. If I wasn't rushing you out of the closet, you probably wouldn't have hit your head. Ruby, I don't think you realize it, but you're always thinking about other people. Even after all these years. You're rushing to help me, even though I'm just being clumsy. You're really a sweetheart. Don't call me that. I don't really do this kind of thing all the time. I guess when it comes to you, it just feels natural. Before I even know it, I'm treating you like that. I guess that's what happens when you've been friends for so long. Really? Maybe you're right. Ruby, I'm so glad that nothing's changed between us. Do you think it will be like this forever? Forever? If I'm honest to myself, there's no telling where we'll each end up for college or after that. So it wouldn't be fair for me to make any promises. But, well, I hope so. It's been this long already, right? I can't imagine you ever changing, so my hopes are up. I'm so happy. Sayori has a whimsical expression in her eyes. We remain silent for a moment. She's so silly and clumsy on the outside that when I see her deep in thought like this, it makes me not want to disturb her. I guess we should go back. I don't want to worry Monika, you know? Good luck with that. She's gonna see your forehead either way. Not if I hide it under my bangs. Sayori hops up to her feet. Ah! She clutches her forehead again. Don't stand up so fast after hurting yourself. Oh, I guess it's too late now. Anyway, let's go. I follow Sayori out of the classroom. Sayori plays with her bangs to try to hide the bump, but without much success. In a moment, we make it back to the classroom. Ah, you're back. Good timing. I was just about ready to start with sharing more poems. Sayori, your forehead. She's fine, don't worry about... I was playing with the crayons and smacked my forehead into the shelf. Well, anyway, were you able to find everything we needed? I have it right... Huh? Sayori frantically glances around herself. I forgot all this stuff! Calm down, Sayori. I have it all right here. Found the poster paper, too. Sounds like you ended up doing all the work, Ruby. Well, Sayori... I failed to come up with an excuse for Sayori. I made it an adventure! Yeah, that. Okay. In any case, good work. I'll start working on the posters tonight. Me too. Okay, everyone. Are you ready to share your poems? Guess I should grab mine. After making sure the crayon box is closed tightly, I return to my seat. Who should I show my poem to first? Alright, chat. You get to decide this one, chat. Yuri? Yeah, okay. Any other suggestions, chat? Yuri it is. Oh, is it my turn? Let's see how it compares to yesterday's. I see. It's a bit different. I respect you for trying different things, Ruby. Oh. Did I accidentally make I don't think I made a Natsuki-focused poem, but... Were you inspired by Natsuki's poem? Or Sayori's, perhaps? Well, I guess you could say that. I thought so. I'm happy for you. You don't need to find inspiration in my poems. I write them for myself, not for anyone else. So I don't really need for people to like them or anything. Yuri, sorry for being blunt, but you're overthinking this a little. Just because our styles are different doesn't mean I dislike your poems. In fact, if I tried to do something in your style, I'd probably just do a terrible job. No, I don't think... Alright, Run's not dead. I see. I'm sorry. My stupid mind, it likes to do that sometimes. Anyway, you don't need to be afraid to be a little more daring. Metaphors can go a long way. Don't feel like you need to work your brain like turning a bunch of gears. Try letting your mind wander through your feelings, and write down the things you see and hear. That's one way to truly enable your reader to see into your mind. It's a very intimate exercise. I see. That's certainly an interesting technique. Thanks for sharing. I have, well, an example of that if you'd like to read it. Of course. Is this the poem you wrote for today? Wait, hold on. I just realized something. Okay, no. Okay, yes, I'm just making sure of something. Okay. Alright, no, Run's not dead, chat. We're good. Is this the poem you wrote for today? Yuri nods and timidly hands me her poem. The Raccoon. It happened in the dead of night while I was slicing bread for a guilty snack. My attention was caught by the scuttering of a raccoon outside my room. That was, I believe, the first time I noticed my strange tendencies as an unordinary human. I gave the raccoon a piece of bread, my subconscious still aware of the consequences. Well aware that a raccoon that is fed will always come back for more. The enticing beauty of my cutting knife was the symptom. The bread, my hungry curiosity. The raccoon, an urge. The moon increments its phase and reflects that much more light off of my cutting knife. The very same light that glistens in the eyes of my raccoon friend. I slice the bread, fresh and soft. The raccoon becomes excited. Or perhaps I'm merely projecting my emotions onto the newly satisfied animal. The raccoon has taken to following me. You can say that we've gotten quite used to each other. The raccoon becomes hungry more and more frequently, so my bread is always handy. Every time I brandish my cutting knife, the raccoon shows me its excitement. A rush of blood, classic... Sorry. A rush of blood, classic Pandora... Let's see. Oh no, Pavlonia. I'm sorry. That's a fucking V. It's so weird. Classic Pavlonian conditioning. I slice the bread, and I feed myself again. I was a little more daring with this one than yesterday's. I can see that. It's a lot more metaphorical. I don't know if it's my fault, but I can't begin to imagine what this poem is about. That's right. It's a bit closer to my preferred writing style. Using the poem as a canvas to express vivid imagery and conveying emotions through them. Yeah, if I take it at face value, then I can't figure it out what it's supposed to mean. Well, I think it's something that different people can relate to in their own way. I want to express the way it feels for me to indulge in my more unusual hobbies. It's those sorts of things I'm usually forced to keep to myself. So, I sometimes enjoy writing about them. Why do you keep them to yourself? Because they're embarrassing, and people would make fun of me. Don't you have anything like that, Ruby? Well, yeah, I guess I do. I feel like everyone has a little something like that. The best we can do is respect each other and our individualities. Even if it's difficult sometimes, and some things make us uncomfortable. After all, if I hadn't learned to embrace my own weirdness, I would probably hate myself. I might be ranting a little bit now, but I'm glad that you're a good listener. Who should I show my poem to next? Monika. Hi again, Ruby. How's the writing going? Alright, I guess. I'll take that, as long as it's not going bad. I'm happy you're applying yourself. Maybe soon you'll come up with a masterpiece. I wouldn't count on that. You never know. Want to share what you wrote for today? Sure, here you go. I give my poem to Monika. Alright, it's pretty good. Makes me think of Sayori, like the other one that you wrote. You two are like the dynamic duo. That's kind of exaggerating it. Yeah, probably. But you do spend a lot of time with her even in this club, don't you? Then again, I don't blame you for being a little shy. I'm not shy, it's just... I'm just teasing. I know it takes a bit of time to make friends with everyone, but Yuri and Natsuki are super interesting people, so don't be afraid to give them their share of time. And you can talk to me every now and then, too. I'm not, like, unapproachable or anything, am I? No, it's nothing like that. I'm just still getting used to being here, that's all. Yeah. I'm sorry if I was putting pressure on you or something. I really didn't mean it like that. No, don't worry. I get what you're saying. Well, alright. But anyway, you want to read my poem now? I like the way this one turned out, so I hope you do too. Alright, let's take a look. Oh, excuse me. Save me. The colors, they won't stop. Bright, beautiful colors, flashing, expanding, piercing, red, green, blue, an endless cacophony of meaningless noise. The noise, it won't stop. Violent, grating waveforms, squeaking, screeching, piercing, sine, cosine, tangent, like playing a chalkboard on a turntable, like playing a vinyl on a pizza crust. An endless poem of meaningless. Load me. It's even more abstract than your last one, huh? I guess it's just the way I write. I'm sorry if you don't like it. No, I never said that. It's just kind of a thing I've never really seen before, I guess. I kind of like playing with my space on the paper. Choosing where and how to space your words can totally change the mood of a poem. It's almost like magic. The way I wrote the lines really short makes it feel like they're trying to speak over the noise. I see. It's still hard for me to tell what it's about, though. Sometimes asking what a poem is about isn't the right question. A poem can be as abstract as a physical expression of a feeling, or a conversation with the reader. So putting it that way, not every poem is about something. Anyway, here's Monika's writing tip of the day. Sometimes you'll find yourself facing a difficult decision, and when that happens, don't forget to save your game. You never know when you might change your mind, or when something unexpected may happen. Wait, is this tip even about writing? What am I even talking about? That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening. Who should I show my poem to next? Natsuki. Natsuki reads my poem. She keeps glancing at me, then back at the poem. By now, she must have read it more than once. Aren't you supposed to be bad at this? Is that a compliment? No, I mean, you know... Natsuki struggles to find the words that she wants. I just expected a lot less after what you showed me yesterday. That's all. Well, I guess I got lucky with this one. Yeah, exactly. You just got lucky, you know? Don't get used to it. You won't always manage to write your poems this cute. I mean, well written. No, I mean... Oh, so that's how it is. My poem is cute? No, why are you smiling? It's not like I like cute things. Natsuki shoves my poem back towards me. Reading it again, I decided it's not so great after all. It's too cute and Doki Doki. It would only impress, you know, girls who like those kinds of things anyway. For some reason, Natsuki is incredibly easy to see through. Well, anyway, you're gonna read mine now, right? Judging by your taste, you'll probably like it a lot. You'll probably learn something too. Don't forget who the real pro is. Amy likes spiders. You know what I heard about Amy? Amy likes spiders. Icky, wriggly, hairy, ugly spiders. That's why I'm not friends with her. Amy has a cute singing voice. I heard her singing my favorite love song. Every time she sang the chorus, my heart would pound to the rhythm of the words. But she likes spiders. That's why I'm not friends with her. One time I hurt my leg really bad. Amy helped me up and took me to the nurse. I tried not to let her touch me. She likes spiders, so her hands are probably gross. That's why I'm not friends with her. Amy has a lot of friends. I always see her talking to people. She probably talks about spiders. What if her friends start to like spiders too? That's why I'm not friends with her. It doesn't matter if she has other hobbies. It doesn't matter if she keeps it private. It doesn't matter if it doesn't hurt anybody. It's gross. She's gross. The world is better off without spider lovers. I'm gonna tell everyone. Not bad, right? It's quite a bit longer than yesterday's. Yesterday's is way too short. I was just warming up. I hope you didn't think it was the best. I hope you didn't think it was the best I could do. No, of course not. Anyways, the message is pretty straightforward in this poem. I doubt I have to explain it. Sometimes you can explain complicated issues with much simpler analogies. And it helps people really realize how stupid they're being. Like, anyone would agree that the subject of the poem is an ignorant jerk. You know people like that? Of course. It's about how everyone thinks It doesn't matter. It can be about anything. I wrote it to be easy to relate to. Everyone has some kind of weird hobby or guilty pleasure. Something that you're afraid of people find out, they make fun of you or think less of you. But that just makes people stupid. Who cares what someone likes, as long as they're not hurting anyone and it makes them happy? I think people really need to learn to respect others for liking weird things. Huh, that's funny. Yuri wrote about something similar today. Huh? Did you say Yuri? Yeah. She said her poem was about an unusual hobby of hers. I didn't really get it, but she said something similar to you. That people shouldn't make each other feel insecure about those things. Really? Well, I mean, Yuri's pretty weird, so I wouldn't doubt that she has some weird hobbies. Not that there's anything wrong with that. It's not like I would judge her or anything. Natsuki has trouble finding words. I guess I should try not to be so mean to her. If she feels insecure about her weird behaviors and stuff. I mean, I always hate people who make me feel insecure. And Yuri made me feel insecure yesterday. But the way you put it, it sounds like she learned her lesson. Well, I would say so. Even if her writing style is really different, I'm sure she'll appreciate the message in your poem. That's what I do best, after all. I don't like writing unless there's a good message to take away from it. Like, conveying emotions is important. But I want to make people think, not just feel. Remember that. I'm going to write a good one for tomorrow too, so look forward to it. I wish there was a way I could turn the skip feature off entirely, but who should I show my poem to next? Ruby, I really love your poems. I can't believe you've been hiding these from me. And I'm not hiding anything. But your poems are so good. Yesterday and this one too. You can't tell me you haven't done this before? I mean, you're really the only one who feels that way, so... No way! Not even Natsuki? Well, I guess Natsuki's the least likely to admit how much she likes something. But I don't think it's that. What do you mean? Well, I guess I'll be honest about it. It's not easy to write poems when I'm thinking about you. Stop thinking weird things, idiot. It just means that you're a really expressive person, I guess. How am I supposed to write poems about my own stupid life? But you somehow make everything in your life an adventure. Even the little things. Like cooking. Let's not talk about that. So, yeah. I guess what I'm saying is that I could feel more feelings through you and then I can't through myself. We have that kind of weird connection. It's your fault for getting my business all the time. I don't know if I understand. You never understand when I try to explain things to you, Sayori. I pat Sayori's head. Hey, I'm not a kid, you know. You sure about that? Maybe. Sayori starts fiddling with a pencil between her hands. Hey, Ruby, will you give me your poem? I kind of want to keep it. Huh? Why? Because, well, it's the first time you've written something for me. Sarah, you completely misunderstood. I didn't write this for you. Are you even listening anymore? Oh, whatever. I'll give it to you when we go home. Really? Let's see. I broke my pencil! Sarah hastily bends down to pick up the piece she dropped. Being intent with surrounders, she bumps right into me. Sorry! It's fine, it's fine. I'll get it for you. I bend down to pick up the broken pencil. Sarah clutches the desk beside her to support herself, knees shaking. I'm a little clumsy today. Let's sit down, Sayori. Yeah. I grab Sayori's arm and help her sit at the desk. Anyway, I still haven't read your poem. Oh, sorry, I forgot about that. But it's not as good as yours. Jeez, don't worry. I'm sure I'll like it. Bottles. I pop off my scalp like the lid of a cookie jar. It's a secret place where I keep all my dreams. Little balls of sunshine all rubbing together like a bundle of kittens. I reach inside my thumb and forefinger and pluck one out. It's warm and tingly, but there's no time to waste. I put it in a bottle to keep it safe, and I put the bottle on the shelf with all the other bottles. Happy thoughts, happy thoughts, happy thoughts and bottles all in a row. My collection makes me lots of friends. Each bottle is starlight to make amends. Sometimes my friend feels a certain way. Down comes a bottle to save the day. Night after night, more dreams. Friend after friend, more bottles. Deeper and deeper my fingers go. Like exploring a dark cave, discovering the secrets hiding in the nooks and crannies. Digging and digging, scraping and scraping. I blow my dust off the bottle caps. It doesn't feel like time elapsed. My empty shelf could use some more. My friends look through my locked front door. Finally all done, I open up and in come my friends. In they come in such a hurry. Do they want my bottles that much? I frantically pull them from the shelf one after another, holding them out to each and every friend, each and every bottle. But every time I let one go, it shatters against the tile between my feet. Happy thoughts, happy thoughts, happy thoughts, happy thoughts in shards all over the floor. They were supposed to be my friends, and my friends who aren't smiling. But they're all shouting, pleading, something. But all I hear is echo, 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 echo. Inside my head. Holy crap. Sayori, did you really write this? Of course I did. Didn't I tell you yesterday I was going to write the best poem ever? Yeah, but, I didn't expect something like this coming from you. Monika taught me a whole lot, and I've been really in touch with my feelings recently. I see that. It's almost kind of creepy. Creepy? Well, not exactly. Maybe because I'm just so used to you being cheerful. Well, never mind. I'm thinking too hard about it. The point is, it came out good, so you should be proud of it. Thanks. I feel like I was meant to express myself this way. It even helps me understand my own feelings a little bit better. Writing is like magic. You've gotten pretty passionate about this, huh? I hope you keep it up. Yeah, writing's the best. I'm gonna keep writing until I die. Alright, don't get ahead of yourself. Sarah's always had a habit of getting obsessed with something before dropping it no more than a week later. I wonder if this is one of those times. But seeing the passion in her eyes, it makes me hard for me to be pessimistic. Okay, everyone. We're all done reading each other's poems, right? I have something extra planned today, so if everyone could come sit at the front of the room. Is this about the festival? Well, sort of. Do we really have to do something for the festival? It's not like we could put together anything good in just a few days. We'll just end up embarrassing ourselves instead of getting any new members. That's a concern of mine as well. I don't really do last-minute preparations. Don't worry so much. We're gonna keep it simple, okay? We don't need much more than a few decorations. Sayori has been working on posters, and I've designed some pamphlets that we can give out during the event. Okay, that's great and all, but that doesn't tell us we're doing the act. but that doesn't tell us what we're actually going to be doing for the event. Sorry. I thought you heard about it already. We're going to be performing. Performing? Monika? Yeah, we're going to be having a poetry performance. Each of us are going to choose a poem to recite during the event. But the cool part is, we're also going to let anyone else come over and recite poems too. Sayori's putting in all the posters in case you want... Sayori's putting in all... Sayori's putting in all the posters in case anyone wants to prepare ahead of time. Sayori, who's been coloring a poster, holds it up for us to see. Are you kidding me, Monika? You didn't already start putting those posters up, did you? Well, I did. Do you really think it's that bad of an idea? Well, no, it's not a bad idea, but I didn't sign up for this, you know? There's no way I'm gonna be performing in front of a group of people like that. I agree with Natsuki. I could never in my life do something like that. Imagining it, Yuri shakes her head in fear. Guys, no, Sayori, I understand where they're coming from. Remember that Natsuki and Yuri have never shared their poems with anyone until just a couple days ago. It's a lot to ask them to recite their poems out loud to a whole room full of people. But I guess I kind of overlooked that. So, I'm sorry. But I still think we should give it our best. We're the only ones responsible for the fate of this club. If we start the event and each put on a good performance, then it will inspire others to do the same. The more people who perform, the better we'll be able to show everyone what literature is all about. Yeah, it's about expressing your feelings, being intimate with yourself, finding new horizons, and having fun. That's right. And it's those reasons that we're all in this club today. Don't you want to share that with others? To inspire them to find the same feelings that brought you here in the first place? I know you do. I know we all do. And if all it takes is standing in front of the poem... And if all it takes is standing in front of the room for 2 minutes and reciting a poem, then I know you can do it. Natsuki and Yuri remain silent. Sayori looks worried. I guess that leaves me no choice. I agree. I don't think it's too much to ask. I think that Sayori and Monika have all been trying really hard to get new members. The least we can do is help them out a little bit. Well, maybe, but... It looks like Natsuki doesn't have any arguments left. Okay, fine. I guess I'll just have to get it over with. Alright! Phew. Thanks, Natsuki. What about you, Yuri? Yuri dejectedly glances around at everyone else's expectant faces. I guess I don't really have a choice. That's everyone. You're the best, Yuri. This club is seriously going to be the death of me. Oh gosh, you'll be fine, Yuri. But anyway, let's move on to the main event. I want each of you to choose a poem of yours. We're going to practice reciting them in front of each other. No way! Monika, it's just too sudden. Well, if you can't recite your poem in front of the club, how do you expect to do it in front of strangers? Oh no. Don't worry. I'll start off to help everyone feel a little more comfortable. Can I go next? Of course. Now, let's see. Monika flips through a notebook to the specific poem she has in mind for herself. She then stands up behind the podium. The title of this poem is The Way They Fly. Monika begins reciting her poem. Her clear, confident voice fills the room. More than that, her inflection is pristine. She knows exactly how to apply emotion behind each line that she recites, bringing the words to life. Okay. Is this something she's done before? Or is she simply a natural? I glance around me. Everyone has their eyes on Monika. Sayori looks amazed. Yuri has an intense expression on her face that I don't understand. Finally, Monika finishes the recitation. The four of us applaud. Monika takes a breath and smiles. That was so good, Monika! Thank you very much. I was just hoping to set a good example. Are you ready to go next, Sayori? I'll go next! Yuri's fired up all of a sudden! Yuri clutches a sheet of paper between her hands and stands up. Keeping her head down, she walks quickly over to the podium. This poem is called... Yuri anxiously glances at each of us. You can do it, Yuri. It's called After Image of a Crimson Eye. Yuri's voice shakes as she starts reading the poem. Just a moment ago, she practically refused to do this. Why is she suddenly putting in so much effort? As Yuri gets past the first couple of lines, her voice changes. It's almost like what happened when Yuri gets absorbed into her books. Her quivering words transform into the sharp syllables of a fierce and confident woman. The poem is full of twists and turns and structure, and she enunciates with perfect timing. This must be a rare glimpse into the whirling fire Yuri keeps concealed. This must be a rare glimpse into the whirling fire Yuri keeps concealed inside her head. Suddenly, she's finished. Everyone is stunned. Yuri snaps back into reality and glances around her, as if she bewildered even herself. It's up to me to save the situation. I'm the first to start applauding. Everyone joins me afterward, and we give Yuri the recognition she deserves. It's not that we didn't want to applaud for her, but we were just so caught off guard that we must have forgotten. As we applaud, Yuri holds a poem to her chest and rushes back into her seat. So I'm just checking something. I totally forgot my phone was still on vibrate. Give me a second. As we applaud, Yuri holds a poem to her chest and rushes back to her seat. Yuri, that was really good. Thank you for sharing. Looks like Yuri's down for the count. Okay, I guess I'm next then. Sayori hops out of her chair and cheerfully walks to the podium. This one's called My Meadow. Sorry, I giggled. Sayori, it's a lot harder than I thought. How do you guys do it so easily? Try not to think of it like you're reciting it to other people. Imagine you're reciting it to yourself, like in front of a mirror or in your own head. It's your poem, so it'll come out the best that way. I see. Okay then. Sayori begins her poem. Somehow, it feels like her soft voice was made as a perfect match. The poem isn't aimlessly cheery like Sayori is. It's serene and bittersweet. If I were to read this on paper, I probably wouldn't think much of it. But hearing it come from Sayori's voice almost gives it a whole new meaning. Maybe this is what Sayori meant when she said she likes my poems. It's like I get to reach more deeply into someone I thought I knew through and through. Sayori finishes and we applaud. I did it! Good job, Sayori. Even Ruby liked it. So I guess that's a good sign. What's that even mean? It came out nicely, Sayori. The atmosphere of the poem fits you really nicely. It might be that other poems wouldn't work quite as well with that kind of delivery. I don't really understand. In other words, I've seen poems of yours where that sort of gentle delivery wouldn't work as well. They might need a little more force behind them, depending on what you're reading. Oh, I know what you mean. I've been practicing that kind of thing. It's just embarrassing to do it in front of everyone. The next time, I'm gonna make you pick a poem that challenges you a little more. We don't have much time before the festival, you know? Okay. Now, who's next? Natsuki? Don't make me go before Ruby. It's not like I can compare to you guys anyway. Might as well let Ruby lower everyone's standards a little before I have to do it. Natsuki. It's fine. Well, might as well get this over with. But it's not like I have much of a selection of what to read. I'll just have to go with what I wrote for the day. I stand up and step in front of the podium. Everyone has their eyes on me, making me feel terribly awkward. I recite my poem. Since I'm not exactly confident in my own writing, it's hard to put the energy into it. Despite that, once I finish, I receive applause anyway. Sorry I'm not really good as everyone else. Don't worry about it so much. I think it's less about your abilities and more about your lack of confidence in your writing. That's something that will improve over time, though. Yeah, maybe. Alright then. That just leaves you, Natsuki. Yeah, I'm going. Natsuki begrudgingly gets out of her seat and makes her way to the podium. The poem is called... It's called... Why are you all looking at me? Because you're presenting. Anyway, the poem is called Jump. Natsuki takes a breath. Once she starts reciting the poem, her sour attitude disappears a little. While she's a little unenthused, her poem has a rhythm and rhyme to it. It's Natsuki's trademark style, and it works surprisingly well when spoken aloud. The words feel like they bounce up and down as if giving life to the poem. Natsuki finishes, and everyone applauds. She hops back to her seat. That wasn't so bad, was it? Easy for you to say. You better not make me do that again. Well, do you at least feel prepared enough to recite a poem in front of other people? I mean, doing it in front of other people will be way easier. I can put on whatever face I want for other people. But when it's my friends, it's just embarrassing. That's a surprise, Natsuki. I think it would be the other way around for me. Well, that's just how it is, so... Well, I guess in that case, you don't have much to worry about for the festival. That said, I want to thank everyone for coming through. It might be hard, but I hope you all have an idea what it's like now. Make sure you pick a poem and get enough practice for the festival, okay? I'll be making pan flips, so let me know ahead of time on what you'll be reciting. Jeez, I should probably find some other poem to recite instead. That's fine too. It doesn't have to be your own. I'm already pleasantly surprised that you're putting in all this effort for the club. It makes me really happy. Yeah, no problem. And yeah, High Kestrel, it has been 8 years. It has been 8 years since this game came out. Okay, everyone. I think that's about it for today. I know the festival is coming up, but let's try to write poems for tomorrow as well. It's been working out really nicely so far, so I'd like to continue that. As for the festival, we'll finish planning tomorrow and then we'll have the weekend to prepare. Monday's the big day. I can't wait. I can do this. I can do this. Alright. I stand up. There's no way I'll be able to find the same enthusiasm as Sayori and Monika, but I'll do my best to get through it. It's for the sake of the club. If it's for the sake of the club and impressing Monika, then I'll have to do my best. Ready to go, Sayori? Yep. Look at you two, always going home together like that. It's kind of adorable, isn't it? These guys make such a big deal out of it. It must be a little nice, though. Well, how am I supposed to respond to that? It's okay, Ruby. You don't have to say it. Whatever. Let's go already. I walk home with Sayori once more. Even though it's only been a few days, a lot of things have already changed. But today, Sayori's being a little quieter than usual on the way home. Hey, Sayori? Sorry, I was spacing out. No wonder. I was thinking about something from earlier. I like how we get to... Sayori fumbles with her words. So, let's just say that one day, Yuri asked to walk home with you. Huh? What would you do? What kind of question is that? Kind of putting me on the spot here. Alright, hold on. I remember your games, woman. I forgot what, look, if this were me in, like, the MC, this is me in the MC's position, I would walk home with Yuri just because, like, it would be very out of character for Yuri to ask me such a thing like that. Well, not out of character, but, I think she would, but she would have to break out of her shell immensely to do such a thing. So I would just do that out of sheer respect and appreciation. Also, I like her too. She's a fun person. She's nice. So her doing that would be incredibly brave on her end. So I would. Walking home with Yuri, huh? Why does the thought of that make my heart pound? Given how hard it is for her to socialize, I would feel awful turning her down. So, isn't she so beautiful and smart? That has nothing to do with what I just said. You admitted it. Jeez, it's not even any point in speculating something that's never going to happen. Well, maybe, but I just like to think about it. It's not long before you won't need me anymore. It's not long before you won't need me anymore. Need you, Sayori? I can't figure out how you're seeing things in your head right now. Sorry, everyone is different. Nobody in the club is a replacement for you. If you say so. The conversation trails off and I'm left feeling awkward. It was kind of her fault for trapping me with such a weird question. I can't just lie to her. But if there's something that makes her happy, I would hate to take that away from her. That's why I said there's no point in speculating. Then again, the festival is only a few days away. Who knows what will happen in that time. Alright, sunset. Alright, lazy. Adventure. Dazzle. Raindrop. Fuck! Sadness. Charm. Depression. Passion. Family. Na na na. Da na na. Na na. Fireflies. Giggle and fuck. Dark. Rain cloud. Na 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 na. Daydream. Games? No. Peace. No. Romance. Twirl. Nope. Alright, last chance. Waterfall. Fuck! Alright, guys, we're gonna have to keep in touch with Monika here. Oh man, I'm the last one here again. Don't worry, I just walked in too. Were you practicing piano again? Yeah. You must have a lot of determination. Starting this club and now picking up piano? Well, maybe not determination, but I guess passion. Remember that the club wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. I'm super happy that you're all willing to help out for the festival too. I can't wait for the festival. It's gonna be great. Huh? Weren't you complaining about it just yesterday, Natsuki? Well, yeah. I'm not talking about our part of the festival, but it's a whole day of school where you get to play and eat all kinds of delicious food. You sound a bit like Sayori all of a sudden. Monika, do they usually have fried squid? Squid? That's a pretty specific thing to look forward to. What do you mean I do my interpret... I do an interpretation of all the girls. The kicks. Oh, come on. Are you saying you don't like squid? You, of all people? I didn't say I don't like it. Besides, what do you mean by you of all people? Because it's right in your name. Monika. Huh? That's not how you say my name at all. Also, that joke makes no sense in translation. Never mind. Let's just focus on our... let's just focus on our own event for now, okay? Fine. Your reactions aren't as fun as Yuri's or Sayori's anyway. Excuse me. Where is Sayori anyway? Oh, there you are. Sayori's sitting at a desk in the corner room, looking down at nothing. I walk over to her. Hey, Sayori? I wave my hand in front of her face. You're spacing out again. Sorry. Don't mind me. You can go talk to everyone else. Huh. Is everything alright? Of course. Why wouldn't it be? It just feels like you're a little off. Sorry for assuming things. Jeez, you worry too much about me. I'm fine, see? Sayori shows me a big smile. Don't let me distract you from having fun with everyone. Well, alright. You say so. I worriedly glanced at Sayori before turning back toward everyone else. But the conversation is already dispersed with everyone back at their usual activities. Maybe I should ask Monika if she's noticed anything about Sayori recently. Since they've been preparing for the festival, they must be spending a lot of time together. I timidly approached Monika, who was shuffling through some papers at her desk. Ruby, what's up? Hey, this is my... I'm sorry. I'm sorry, y'all. Okay, alright. I have something really funny. To show. Hey, this might sound a little strange, but have you noticed anything up with Sayori recently? Anything up with her? In what way do you mean? Maybe I'm reading into it a little too much, but she seems a bit downcast today. Oh, you think so? I can't say I've noticed anything about her. Monika peers across the room at Sayori, who is idly dragging a rubber eraser up and down her desk. Maybe there is something on her mind. But I'm surprised I'm not the one asking you, Ruby. You certainly know her a lot better than I do. Yeah, but she's never really like this. She's always talked to me about things that bothered her, but this time when I asked her, she was really dismissive. Sorry, I know it's not your problem. I just wanted to ask if you knew anything, so I'll drop it now. No, it's important to me too. I mean, I'm also friends with her, and I also care about the well-being of my club members, you know? Maybe I'll try talking to her myself. Are you sure about that? She seemed like she wanted to be left alone. Are you sure? Maybe she just has a hard time bringing it up with the person of interest. Person of interest? What do you mean by that? I'm saying that maybe the thing on her mind is you, Ruby. Me? How on earth would you come to that conclusion? Well, I probably shouldn't say too much, but Sayori talks about you more than anything else, you know? Huh? She's been so much happier ever since you— Ah! My fucking skip button! Ugh. Okay, Sayori talks about you more than anyone else, you know? She's been so much happier ever since you've joined the club. It's like an extra light was turned on inside of her. What? No way. Sayori is always like that. She's always been full of sunshine. It's not any different now than it always has been. It's so funny, Ruby. Have you thought that maybe you've always seen her as so cheerful because that just shows how she is when she's around you? I said too much. I'm sorry. What do I know anyway? I didn't mean to jump to conclusions, so you should just forget about what I said. Well, I'll try to talk to her, so try not to think about it for now. Oh, alright. Monika smiles meaningfully. I know she said to forget about it, but I already know that I won't be able to get her words out of my head. Monika stands up from her desk and walks across the room to where Sayori is sitting. I watch her kneel down next to Sayori and gently talk to her. But she's keeping her voice so quiet that I can't hear her from here. I sigh and let myself down. I know Sayori told me not to worry about her and had to have fun with everyone else, but that's impossible to do when she's behaving like this. Exactly how much do I care about her that I'm letting this weigh me down so much? Now it feels like I'm the one behaving out of the ordinary. There's nothing I can do besides wait for Monika. Okay, everyone. After some time passes, Monika calls out to the club room. Why don't we share our poems now? Before I know it, everything is back to normal. Everyone goes to retrieve their poems, and I do the same. I make eye contact with Monika, and she smiles at me. I wonder what she was talking about with Sayori. Who should I show my poem to first? I need to know if this is appeasing to Sayori. Hi, Ruby. Have you thought about what you wanted to submit to perform at the festival? Well, being in this club is one thing, but performing in front of a bunch of people, I'll have to give it some more thought. Okay, no pressure. But whatever you do, I'm sure it'll turn out great. Also, it would make me happy to see. Anyway, let's take a look at today's poem. Sure. I let Monika take the poem I'm holding in my hands. It's kind of funny. How so? No, not the poem. I mean, it's funny how your poem and Sayori's poems have been getting more and more similar to each other every day. I'm surprised you're so in sync with her. And again, you've been spending a lot of time together lately, haven't you? I guess you could say that. Although we kind of grew up as friends, I haven't been seeing as much of her this past year. But since I joined the club, we've been spending a lot of time together again. I see. That reminds me. How about how Sayori's been a little off today? Yeah? Did she tell you something? Well... Ruby, you haven't been flirting with her, have you? Of course not! I've been treating her like I always do. Alright, just making sure. I know how much you care about her. It would be terrible if something bad happened to her, so keep an eye on her. Sarah's been acting so much happier ever since you joined the club. What could have happened all of a sudden? Well, never mind. This isn't really the time to be talking about this. Anyway, I'll share my poem with you now, alright? Alright. The Lady Who Knows Everything. An old tale tells of a lady who wanders Earth. The lady who knows everything. A beautiful lady who has found every answer, all meaning, all purpose, and all that was ever sought. And here I am, a feather. Lost adrift the sky, victim of the currents of the wind. Day after day, I search. I search with little hope, knowing legends don't exist. But when all else has failed me, when all the others have turned away, the legend is all that remains. The last dim star glimmering in the oh god, hold on. Oh my god, my mouth is so dry. Sorry, let me reread that. Does that say Twilight? Twilight? I didn't even know idea how you even. I never even saw Twilight. Twilight. I actually don't even. Is that even what that fucking says? Is that even what that says? God, because this is one of those times where it's all like, I don't know. That I'm pretty sure that's a W, chat. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that is a fucking. I'm pretty sure that's a. It's a W. I think it's Twilight. Twilight. I was like, is that even a word? Is that even a word? Twilight. Okay. I had to look that up. Alright. Yo, fuck it. I'm gonna start all over from the poem. Alright, let's start from the top. An old tale tells of a lady who wanders Earth. The lady who knows everything. A beautiful lady who has found every answer. All meaning, all purpose, and that was all and all that was ever sought. And here I am, a feather. Lost adrift, victim of the currents of the wind. Day after day I search with little hope, knowing legends don't exist. But when all else has failed me, and all others have turned away, the legend is all that remains. The last dim star glimmering in the twilight sky. Until one day, the wind ceases to blow. I fall, and I fall, and fall, and fall even more. Gentle as a feather, a dry quill, expressionless. But a hand catches me between the thumb and forefinger, the hand of a beautiful lady. I look at her eyes and find no end to her gaze. The lady who knows everything, everything knows what I'm thinking. Before I can speak, she responds in a hollow voice. I have found every answer, to all of which amount to nothing. There is no meaning, there is no purpose, and we only seek the impossible. I am not your legend. Your legend does not exist. And with the breath, she blows me back afloat, and I pick up a gust of wind. You know, I feel like learning and looking for answers are the sorts of things that give life meaning. Not to get too philosophical or anything, but I was just kind of on my mind, so that's what I wrote about. Why am I not signing into Microsoft Family Features. Fuck off. I just got that on my fucking desktop. I see. I never really put much thought into it. In a way, it's almost paradoxical. Because if we didn't have all the answers, wouldn't the world start to lose its meaning? You know, there's one thing I noticed. It seems like everyone in the club prefers writing about things that are more sad than happy. Are you surprised? I mean... Yeah, nah, Draven, you never turn your back on family. Like, it's about family. And you never turn your back on family. Never turn your back on family. It's so fucking dumb, dude. Oh, whoops. I mean, if everything was okay, we wouldn't really have anything to write about, would we? Humans aren't two-dimensional creatures. I think you'd know that better than anyone. You mean one-dimensional? Yeah, that. Anyway, here's Monika's writing tip of the day. If you ever feel too shy to share your writing because you're afraid it's not that good... Wait. Are you ever too shy to share your writing because you're afraid it's not that good? It can be really disheartening to get a lukewarm response to something you put so much into. But if you find other people who enjoy writing, then sharing becomes a lot easier. Because instead of just telling you that your writing is good, or okay, or bad, they'll want to focus more on everything that went into it, and the things you can work on. It's much more encouraging that way, and it'll make you want to continue improving. It's almost like having your own little literature club, don't you think? That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening. It's about drive, it's about power. This is your best one so far. It's really, really nice, Ruby. Thanks. Sarah, you've been a little quiet today. Is everything alright? Of course! Everything is fine. Maybe I'm just a little tired today. Do you want a nap or something? No, that's silly. Don't worry about me, okay? I only want to see smiles on your face. Well, alright. Hey, Ruby? I'm still a little surprised. I really thought you were trying writing your own poems like the way Yuri does. Or even Natsuki. But in the end, yeah. I guess you're the one who likes this one the most. Wait. Oh, wait. Oh, I read that wrong. I read that in Sayori's voice. I'm such an idiot. But in the end, yeah. I guess you're the one who likes this one the most. Why? You don't want to get closer with everyone else? Wait, of course I do, but that doesn't mean I need to try so hard to impress them. I still understand you the most, Sayori. I know you have to sometimes put up with me, and I have to sometimes put up with you, but we have a wavelength or something. And this is how the poem came out. Sometimes it feels like you're the only exciting thing in my life. So sometimes it's just easier to write when I think about you. Sayori? No, Ruby, I don't deserve this. You're too nice to me. Why are you doing this? Sayori has trouble keeping her voice steady all of a sudden. If you had fun with everyone else instead, this would be so much easier. Sayori! I glance around the room to make sure nobody else notices. Sayori, I probably never said this before, but I don't understand what you're feeling right now. Tell me what will cheer you up. Sayori shakes her head. She sniffles and keeps shaking her head. Finally, she gathers herself and puts on a smile. It's nothing, Ruby. It's just a little rain cloud. I'm sorry you had to see that. I promise it won't happen again. Oh, please don't. Please don't. Please don't make a promise you can't possibly keep, sweetheart. Just smiles from everyone, okay? That's all that matters. Go play with everyone else. I'm gonna go home a little bit early today. Sayori, tell Monika I wasn't feeling well, okay? I'll see you tomorrow. Before I can say anything else, Sayori cheerfully walks out of the classroom, humming to herself. Who should I show my poem to next? I see. I think you're improving at writing in general, Ruby. But I can't help but feel a little bit foolish. I can't read my mail because I'm foolish. I showed up, I was late to my own music video. That's foolish. Huh? What for? Just, I feel like I kept trying to offer advice when it should have been clear to me that you prefer a different writing style. I probably just sounded arrogant. I'm so stupid. Yuri, that's a little... No, you don't understand. I spent so much time worrying about what's better and what's worse. Not just with you, with Natsuki and Sayori. It's obvious now why nobody has fun when talking to me. And because of that, I'll just keep my mouth shut about your poem. Yuri buries her head into her arms on the desk. It's not the first time I've seen her do that. I don't think it's ever as bad as you make it sound in your head. I think if people really didn't like talking to you, then it would be a lot more obvious. I know that you like to read deeply into things, but some things are just worth taking at face value. I've gotten so used to it that it's hard for me to comprehend any other possibility. Gotten used to what? Reading deeply into things? being disliked. Yuri. What am I saying? I'm sorry. I never meant to bring this up. Yuri turns away from me. You should go. Huh? Please don't look at me right now. I want to do some thinking. Are you sure? Yuri nods. Alright. I leave Yuri be. Comforting her reading sure is nearly impossible as it is. So when she wants to be left alone, I think anything I say could only make things worse. I feel bad, but thankfully she doesn't take it out on me. I'll wait until she's feeling a little bit better. Who should I show my poem to next? This one's alright. Alright? Well, yeah. Doesn't blow me away, but there's nothing I really hate about it. It's just not really my style. I mean, that's fine. Come to think of it, it kind of reminds me of Sayori's poem from yesterday. You think so? Well, yeah. Well, I guess if you've been friends with her for so long, you might be on the same wavelength. But you never really struck me as her type. Sayori has a type all of a sudden? Well, I don't know, but honestly, how can someone so fluffy spend so much time with someone like you? It's like she's dragging around a dead weight. That was a little unnecessary. But think of it this way, if it weren't for me, she probably would just fly away like letting go of a balloon. You could say we take care of each other in our own way. Whatever it is, I don't get it. Oh yeah, I guess I'm supposed to show you my poem. Here. I'll be your beach. Your mind is so full of troubles and fears that diminish your wonder over the years. But today, I have a special place, a beach for us to go. A shore reaching beyond your sight, a sea that sparkles with brilliant light. The walls in your mind will melt away before the sunny glow. I'll be the beach that washes your worries away. I'll be the beach I'll be the beach that washes your worries away. I'll be the beach that you daydream about each day. I'll be the beach that makes your heart leap in a way that you thought had left you long ago. Let's bury your heavy thoughts in a pile of sand, bathe in sunbeams, and hold my hand. Wash your insecurities in the salty sea, and let me see you shine. Let's leave your memories in a footprint trail, set you free in my windy sail, and remember the reasons you're wonderful when you press your lips to mine. I'll be the beach that washes your worries away. I'll be the beach that you daydream about each day. I'll be the beach that makes your heart leap in a way that you thought had left you long ago. Because if you let me by your side, your own beach, your own escape, you'll learn to love yourself again. Yeah, I felt like I kept writing about negative things, so I wanted to write something with a nice message for once. Besides, the beach is awesome. Kind of hard to write anything negative about the beach. So you decided to write about the beach first and then came up with the message later? Yeah, well, it's only because of what happened yesterday. I mean, after Yuri and I realized we kind of wrote about the same thing, she wanted to pick a topic and have us both write about it, or whatever. Let's see. I don't really have much to contribute here since I didn't actually read Yuri's poem. You can really see her doing that too. Making us write about a simple topic, then trying to impress me by coming up with something all fancy. Stop! I don't give a shit about Microsoft Family features! Well, it's not like I care. I just did it anyway. I mean, I guess mine ended up being kind of metaphorical too. But there's nothing wrong with doing that once in a while. At least it was very good practice. Okay, you three. We're all done sharing poems, right? Why don't we start figuring out... Hold on a second. Is it just me, or did you just say something strange just now? Huh? Something did sound a bit unusual. That's right. You deviated from your usual catchphrase when addressing the club. Catchphrase? I don't have a catchphrase. Jeez, why is the mood so weird today? Look, even Yuri isn't immune to it. Stagnating air is common foreshadowing that something terrible is about to happen. In your books, maybe? Look, the only thing that... the only difference is that Sayori isn't here. It seems you're right. Sayori always helps lighten the mood a little bit, doesn't she? It's almost like everyone's balance is thrown off a little when she's not around. Where the heck did she run off to anyway? I thought she just went to pee. Natsuki, please show some decency. Oh, come on! She actually wasn't feeling too well and went home early. Is that so? I hope she's alright. Seriously? Out of all times to not go home with her, you pick the time she's not feeling well? So much for you two being all lovey-dovey. No! First off, stop misunderstanding my friendship with Sayori. Second, she's kind of been avoiding me today, so I didn't want to force it. Huh? That curious expression come from Yuri of all people? Calm down, guys. I talked to her earlier and everything is fine. What did she say? Anyway, we need to figure out the rest of the festival preparations, so let's decide what we'll be doing this weekend. Alright, I already know what I'm doing. That's right, Natsuki will be making cupcakes. But we might need a lot of them in different flavors. Can you handle that all by yourself, Natsuki? Challenge accepted. And as for myself, I'm going to be printing and assembling all the poetry pamphlets. Sayori will be helping me design them. And as for Yuri, you can... Guys, can you help me come up with something for Yuri? I'm useless. No, that's not it at all. You're the most talented person here, you know? Now Natsuki's pouting too? Jeez, even I can tell now. I guess I never give Sayori enough credit, but I can tell things are even harder on you when she's not around. That may be the case. But if I also can't be a leader on my own, then I won't grow as a person. So, Yuri, you have beautiful handwriting, you know? So you should make some banners and decorations to help set the atmosphere. Atmosphere? About that, I love atmosphere! Yuri's expression suddenly changes as she stares at her desk in focus and starts nodding to herself. Your mind is already racing, I see. That's great! You'll be a wonderful help, Yuri. But anyway, that just leaves you, Ruby. The one who is truly useless. Don't say that. In fact, both Natsuki and Yuri have some pretty heavy tasks to handle. It would probably go a long way to give one of them a hand. You could always help me out as well. I would be really appreciative of that. Is Monika suggesting to spend a weekend with my club members? How on earth are they going to respond to a suggestion like that? I suppose I wouldn't mind a little bit of help. Well, even if you don't know how to bake, there's always some dirty work I could give to you. It's not like Monika's going to give me a choice, and you shouldn't be sitting on your butt anyway. Natsuki tries to mumble a bunch of excuses like that. If I recall, Natsuki, you mentioned that you would like to handle the baking on your own? Ruby may not like to be around if you only make him out to be a nuisance. So therefore, he may be more suited to assisting with the decorations. Hold on, I never said that! How hard can it be to make a few decorations anyway? Sounds more like you're just making excuses for Ruby to... What are you saying? It'll be extremely meticulous work. And baking isn't? Just what do you think? Guys, let's settle down for a moment. In the end, I think it's up to Ruby to decide how he'd like to contribute. Besides, he hasn't really gotten a chance to spend any time with me yet, you know? So I'm sure he's interested in... You literally just said, I'm surprised as well. Sorry. I was just saying, though. Jeez, can we just settle this already? Yeah, Ruby, you're okay with this, right? In the end, it's up to you. Of course. Very well. What the fuck, dude? No. Oh, wait. Okay. Very well. In that case, everyone looks straight at me. Of course, I'll have to go with... I mean, if it's going to be anyone, I prefer helping Sayori. I mean, we're already neighbors and... But Monika said that Sayori was helping her. Jeez, you really hate us that much? No! Sorry, I didn't mean for this to be difficult. Just think of the club, okay? Well, I guess I probably should be helping Monika. Hey, you picked me! Hold on 1 second. Yeah, Monika, you're the one who needs help the least out of all of us. Huh? But I agree with Natsuki. Not only is your work already most suitable for one person, but you already have Sayori as well. But Ruby was the one who... that doesn't matter. You're the one who scared him into picking you in the first place. You're the club president, Monika. You're supposed to make responsible decisions for the club. Monika, you shouldn't let any ulterior motives interfere with this decision. Ulterior motives? What are you saying, Yuri? In fact, it sounds like you guys are the ones with ulterior motives. Excuse me? Otherwise, this wouldn't have been made into such a big deal in the first place. That's completely false, Monika. Yeah, We have a lot of work to do, you know. We won't do as good of a job if you make us work alone. Maybe that's true. Think of the club, Monika. We want our event to succeed, and then we need to appropriately distribute our resources. Are you going to do the right thing, President? Okay. I get it. It's technically the most logical for Ruby to help one of you two. So, I guess that's what we'll do. Do you have a preference for me? This is actually a tough one. Chat. I know, either or, you fucking fence-sitting centrist bitch. Pick a side! No, this is tough. Alright, Natsuki. Well, baking sounds like it could be fun. You guys make it sound like a lot of work, so it could probably use 2 people. Don't worry. Baking is a ton of fun. You'll definitely agree. Huh? Just a minute ago you were saying that... That's because... Never mind, okay? Well, anyway, you'll be fine by yourself, right, Yuri? Of course. I'm used to it, after all. That's... good. Even though Yuri's being a little melodramatic, it's a little hard not to feel bad. So that's everything, right? Anything else we need to talk about? No, I think that's it. Oh god, what? Oh my god, I read that in my normal voice. No, I think that's it. Are you guys feeling excited? Yes. Everything except for the performance is gonna be awesome. I don't think that really counts. What about you, Ruby? Me? I guess you could say I'm interested to see how it'll turn out. That's good enough for me. What about you, Yuri? Yuri? She's still sulking. Natsuki starts pouting too. It's not that big of a deal or anything. Well, it might not just be that. Huh? I think that Yuri just might be feeling a little underappreciated in general. Having to come up with something for her to do and no one offering to help, that doesn't mean... Natsuki glances back and forth between everyone with a worried expression. Look. Natsuki goes over and puts her hand down on Yuri's shoulders. Yuri, you really are the most talented one here. And you're going to help to make the event a lot more fun and welcoming. I mean, the cupcakes will probably help a lot too, but you're going to make the atmosphere special. That'll be really important for the way that people feel during the performance. So, you need to stop being dumb and give yourself a little more credit. Natsuki releases her hands and turns around to face the other. Why am I... You didn't really mean that, did you? Not really, but Yuri isn't the only one surprised. Monika and I are also taken aback by Natsuki's words. Natsuki of all people to be saying such encouraging things. But I begin to understand. Natsuki was trying to sound like Sayori. Even if it didn't work perfectly, I could tell that she tried to say something Sayori would say at a time like this. Because Sayori always helps everyone smile and feels good about themselves. I'm sorry for being dumb. I'm going to do my best. And all of us are going to make a really great event. Yeah. I hope to see everyone do their best. But with that, there's nothing more for today. So I guess it is time for us to head out. Okay, but I'm staying here a bit longer. I barely got to do any reading today, so... Fair enough, there's nothing wrong with that. Everyone packs up their things. I start to follow Monika and Yuri out the door as they chat between each other. Hello. Let's see, Magenta, you're in for a treat then. I start to follow Monika and Yuri out the door as they chat between each other. Where are you going? Huh? We still need to figure our plans for the weekend. You literally would have gotten home and realized you didn't even have a way to contact me. Oh, that's true. No idea how that slipped my mind. Geez, good thing I stopped you. I'm giving you my number, okay? You better not make it weird or anything. Why would I do that? Natsuki gives me your number. Okay, I'm coming over on Sunday. I'll bring all the ingredients. Wait, you're coming to my house? Well, yeah. What's wrong with that? I mean, I just figured that since I'm the one helping, I would be going to your house. Yeah, right. Like I could have a guy over my house. My dad would kill me. Really? That's kind of strict if you ask me. Yeah, how do you think I feel? I can't do anything when my dad is home. Anyway, I just needed to complain for a second. We have each other's numbers now. That's all I needed from you. I guess I'll text you when I'm coming over. Alright, fine by me. Yeah. I'm really gonna show you why I love baking so much. So you better look forward to it. Oh? Didn't you say you were just gonna give me the dirty work? Well, I was just saying that. It's not like I could act like in front of everyone that I was looking forward to this. Wait, really? Well, kind of. Just because I never got to bake with someone else before. That's all it is, so... Alright, I get it. Sorry for overreacting. Anyway, I'll be heading out now. Also, Magenta, thank you. Andy did a wonderful job with the Monika goat boy fit. It kind of... But, see you on Sunday. Never mind. I can't believe this. I can't believe this. Natsuki's going to be coming to my house on Sunday. Even though I would have preferred to do this with Sayori, my anxiety still shoots through the roof. I guess I've gotten pretty used to handling her at this point. But who knows what might end up happening when we're outside of school. She even told me she was looking forward to it. I shake my head. Why do I can't believe this. I fucking love that so much. I can't believe this. Why do I feel this nervous that Sayori finds out about this? It's not like we feel that way about each other. Besides, like Monika said, this is about the club. Nothing to worry about. If I just go with it, then I'll have a good time. It's already Sunday. I've been getting increasingly anxious about Natsuki's upcoming visit. I keep telling myself there's no reason to be nervous, but it doesn't help much. I wonder if she'll act any different when it's just the two of us. Meanwhile, she's been texting me a lot. We sent each other one after exchanging numbers to double check, but it turned into a conversation. She's almost a different personality on the phone, using tons of emoji and cute language. She also really likes complaining about things, but I kind of saw that one coming. But putting Natsuki aside, I haven't really heard a thing from Sayori since she left the club early the other day. It's not like we text each other all the time or anything, but I've been worried about her since, like, in the back of my mind. Okay, I need to figure out what's going on with Microsoft Family features because they keep fucking stop. Oops. I did not want to skip! Between what Sayori said and what Monika said, is it really okay for me to put Sayori's feelings aside when she might need me? Is there a way I could turn off fucking Microsoft Family features? This shit keeps popping up. Like, I don't know why the Microsoft Family feature shit never stops popping up, and it's annoying, bro. Never stops popping up. Never. So I'm just checking something real quick, yo. Okay, alright. Maybe it'll stop annoying me now. Maybe it'll stop annoying me now. Anyway, sorry. Between what Sayori said and what Monika said, is it really okay for me to put Sayori's feelings aside when she might need me? I decided to visit Sayori before Natsuki comes over. Rather than asking, I simply tell her I'm coming over, much like we've done in the past. Once I reach Sayori's house, I knock on the door before entering it myself. Again, we used to play so often that we made it a habit of simply entering each other's houses like we were family. The house is quiet. Sayori isn't anywhere on the first floor, so I assume she's up in her room. It's already kind of strange for her not to run down and greet me. I head up to her room where I finally find her. Sayori? Hi, Ruby. I sit down in her room. Sayori forces a smile, but it's easy to tell that she's different. There's a minute of silence between us. You haven't come over like this in a long time, haven't you? Have you? I guess you're right. It has been a long time. Not much has really changed, has it? Sayori's room is just as messy as it's always been. I also recognize the same stuffed animal and wall decorations that she's had for years now. If you come over more often, it wouldn't be such a mess. That's because I end up cleaning it for you. How come you suddenly wanted to come over today? Aren't you supposed to see Natsuki today? Yeah, but... Wait, how did you know about that? Sayori had already left by the time we decided that last meeting. Monika told me. It's only natural for her to keep me informed about the festival preparations, right? Ah, that's true. But what about you? Aren't you going to be helping Monika today? Of course! But I'm just helping her online. We didn't plan to meet up or anything. Ah, so it's just me and Natsuki then. Yep. There's more silence between us. Sayori stares in a random direction. Everything about her behavior is really uncharacteristic. I finally get to the point. I wanted to see how you were doing. After you left on Friday. When something's wrong, you can't hide it from me. I know you too well. So... Sayori smiles, shaking her head. That's no good, Ruby. Eh? Why can't it just be like it's always been? This is all my fault. If I didn't get so weak and accidentally express my feelings, if I didn't make that stupid mistake, then you wouldn't have been worried about me at all. You wouldn't have come here. You wouldn't have even been thinking about me right now. But this is just my punishment, isn't it? I'm getting punished for being so selfish. I think that's why the world decided to have you come over today. It just wants to torture me. Sayori! I grab Sayori by the shoulders. What on earth are you saying? Are you listening to yourself right now? I know something happened to you. There's no other explanation for you to be like this. So tell me already. Until I know, I won't be able to stop thinking about it. Sayori gives me an empty smile. You really put me in a trap, Ruby. But you're wrong. Nothing happened to me. I've always been like this. You're just seeing it for the first time. Seeing what? What are you talking about, Sayori? You're really just gonna make me say it, aren't you, Ruby? I guess I have no choice this time. The thing is, I've had really bad depression my whole life. Did you know that? Why do you think I'm late to school every day? Because most days I can't even find a reason to get out of bed. What reason is there to do anything when I fully know how worthless I am? Why go to school? Why eat? Why make friends? Oh shit. Oh my god, why is this... Great, I'm getting a phone call. Sorry guys, I got a package. I need to go grab it. Sorry about the hold up, y'all. Sorry about the hold up, y'all. I just got back. So I got a special package, y'all. That I'll get into maybe another time. Why make other people put their energy in caring to waste? Ugh. I want to start over from this. Well, not from the whole thing. Why do you think I'm late to school every day? Because most days I can't even find a reason to get out of bed. What reason is there to do anything when I fully know how worthless I am? Why go to school? Why eat? Why make friends? Why make other people put their energy in caring to waste by having them spend it on me? That's what it feels like. And that's why I want to make everyone happy. Without anyone worrying about me. I'm in shock. I'm in shock. I can't even figure out how to respond. How is it possible that Sayori kept this from me for the entire time that I've known her? Does she really want so badly for me to just not think about her? Why, Sayori? Eh? Why is it that you never told me about this? It almost feels like I've been betrayed as a close friend.
You fucking suck. I hope you fucking die so badly. You are the worst possible person to deal with in a situation like this.
Fucking cunt. Now, Luna. You have no idea. I have been slandering, not even slandering. This is not even slandering because the MC, the actual main character, is a piece of fucking shit. You're a poopy. I hate the main character so much, dude. I hate the main character so much, dude. He, like, look, I just, like, ugh. I don't know how you say things like this. I don't know how you say things like this. Like, I get it, emotions are high and all that, but why would you say this? Why would you say this? Who says this? Who says this, man? Like, I don't even know anime pro tags that would say this shit, dude. It almost feels like I've been betrayed as your close friend. Because if I knew, I would have done everything I could to support you. Even if there's only so much that I could do. I would have tried a little bit harder to make every day a little better for you. That's why I'm your friend. All you had to do was tell me. Oh yeah, we're blaming.
We're blaming. We're victim blaming now, chat. We're absolutely victim blaming. Keep it up. Give a round of applause for the MC, y'all.
I fucking hate people like this, dude. Like, dude, I remember when I played through this the first time, I wanted to punch a monitor in my fucking. I wanted to punch a hole in, like, I wanted to punch a hole through my goddamn laptop that when I played this the first time. I wanted to, like, ugh, fucking ass, bro. You don't understand at all, Ruby. Why do you think I didn't tell you? Because I told you, then you would have to waste effort. Because if I told you, then you would have to waste effort caring about me instead of doing important things. I don't want to be cared about. It's bittersweet when people try to care about me. It feels nice sometimes, but it also feels like a bat being swung against my head. Like, I'm gonna be real with you guys. Like, look, this whole scene. Let me just finish the scene first, and then I'll talk about it. Okay. That's why I wanted so badly for you to make friends with everyone else. Helping everyone be happy together is the best thing for me. And I discovered something else too. Seeing you make friends and get closer with everyone in the club, it feels like a spear going through my heart. So that's why I decided the world just wants to torture me. Every path leads to nothing but hurt. You're right that I don't understand. I don't understand. Wait. I read that in Sayori's voice. I'm sorry. You're right that I don't understand. I don't understand your feelings at all, Sayori. But I don't need to understand. Whatever it takes for me to help you stop hurting, that's what I'll do. No, Ruby. There's nothing. Nothing at all. The only thing that could have helped is if everything could be like it always was. But I was selfish. I finally showed you what a horrible person I am. Tear streaks down her face. Maybe you joined the literature club because I was selfish. I was punished by my heart hurting in a way I couldn't understand. Now you came here and I made you hurt too. I'm just weak and selfish. That's all I am. That's why I'm gonna accept these punishments. Because I deserve every last one. Without thinking, I once again grabbed Sayori's shoulders. This time I pull her into a tight embrace. Ruby, Sayori, I don't care if you feel selfish. I'm really happy that you convinced me to join the club. Seeing you every day makes it worthwhile enough. If I make friends with everyone else, then that's just a bonus. But please, never underestimate how much I care about you. I wouldn't have it any other way. Ruby, Sayori isn't hugging me back. Despite my arms being wrapped around her, Sayori's arms remain at her sides. She starts stopping next to my ear. No, don't do this to me. Please, don't do this. Ruby, Sayori barely manages to speak between her sobs. I don't know if I'm doing the right thing, but all I want for her is to know that I care. If you have it in you to call yourself selfish, then you have to let me be selfish too. No matter what it takes, I'll figure out what needs to change. I'll make these feelings go away. I hope you die, you know that. And if there's anything that you need me to do, then you'd better tell me. I'll get mad if you don't. Yeah, that's really awesome, don't you know that? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Gently, Sayori finally puts her arms around me in return. I don't know anything. It's all really scary. I don't understand any of my feelings, Ruby. The only time I'm not feeling nothing is when I'm feeling pain. But Your hugs are so warm. And that's really scary too. No pressure. Yeah, no pressure, right, David? No fucking pressure at all. Sari lets me go. As she does so, I let her go as well. The festival is tomorrow. Yeah. It's gonna be fun, right? Yeah. How would you like for me to spend it all with you? It's what I want. I promise. I think that would be nice then. Yeah. Sari wipes her eyes. If I could spend the whole day here, I would. Of all days, this has to be the one. Of all days, this has to be the one where I have other plans. Maybe I should cancel. No, don't. Please don't. If you did that, then I really wouldn't forgive you. But it's almost time for Natsuki to meet me at my house. At the very least, do you want to come along and help out? It would be fun. To my surprise, Sari shakes her head. I'm sorry. I don't know if that would be very good for me today. You understand, right? It's kind of hard for me to fully understand. But I'm trying my hardest. It's okay. Don't worry too much about it. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Alright. I look forward to it. I say goodbye to Sari and exit her house. On the way home, I find myself still feeling uneasy. But it's hard for me to keep thinking about it when Natsuki is about to come over, too. I think Sari is right. I shouldn't be worrying too much, and we're definitely going to have a great time tomorrow. I should just focus on what's ahead of me. I spend only a few minutes... Alright. So, look. Okay, alright. So, I want to talk about this interaction, okay? Like, look. Okay, look. The main character, like, putting him in this perspective of the average person who just doesn't really have a grasp on depression and all that stuff. Putting him under this perspective of someone who doesn't understand depression and why, like, you know, people who are depressed, like, might seemingly have everything going right for them, but still, like, you know, are messed up in the head. The thing about, I will say, this one thing I like about Sayori's depression is, like, look. We don't know what her past was like. Or anything like that, and that's by design. You know, we're not meant to know it. But assumingly just by inferences by the main character and by Sayori herself, her upbringing and life, by all intents and purposes, was at the very least pretty average and pretty good all around. Growing up with just a general family and with a best friend, and they had a lot of fun and positive times and all that stuff together. And I think the reason why Sayori's depression representation is so important is there's a lot of things about Sayori's depression representation that is very important to me and to other people as well who have had their struggles and battles with depression throughout their whole life. And that is the fact that she just has it. It's the fact that she just has it. Because we have a lot of characters in media who are depressed, who have these really dark thoughts that plague them, that will make even the happiest days have dark clouds. And there's always, like, some kind of explanation for it, and it's always trauma. It's always, like, some kind of traumatic experience that happened at some point in their life that triggered this chain reaction of events or whatever that caused them to feel this way and blah, blah, blah. And look, there's nothing wrong with that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. However, I think there's something wrong with the fact that we always need to have a cause of depression depicted in media. We always need to invent some kind of tragic backstory, some dark trauma or something along those lines to explain why somebody's so depressed. And in my opinion, while while that's fine, I think it's almost a little harmful how often we use that, because it makes, I think it will, because here's the thing, look, reality or fiction does not affect reality in any way. Fiction does not reflect reality in any way. You know, if somebody plays a violent video game like GTA, they're not gonna like go and kill people IRL. That's not real. However, the thing is that while a video game or a TV show or a movie might not make you violent, it can influence the already dark thoughts that you have in your head. And I don't think that's a controversial thing to say. Now like, that's not to say like, oh, like I'm feeling like I already have violent tendencies and I played Grand Theft Auto and that pushed me over the edge. That's not how that works. Really, those people will probably use GTA as a scapegoat, and they have used them as a scapegoat, but even politicians will use them as a scapegoat especially. But my point being is that certain media can is exacerbate the word? It like I like, hold on. I want to see if exacerbate's the word I'm looking for. But it can make worse. I guess, yeah, I guess that's probably a word I could use. It can definitely like feed into these thoughts, you know? It could definitely feed into these thoughts, into these urges and all that stuff. And obviously, if somebody like it really likes, like, has violent urges, and that violent media is only going to fuel those already existing violent urges that they have, but that doesn't mean it's the violent media's fault for why they eventually act on it. That person was probably going to act on it regardless. Anyway, so what I'm getting with this is I think it's good to have characters who are depressed because they just have that chemical imbalance in their brain. They didn't necessarily have a bad upbringing or really go through, like, you know, immense like trauma or anything like that. Some people are just depressed because they're made that way. They just happen to be that way, and it's inexplainable why it happens. It's inexplicable why it happens. So what I'm getting at is that I think it's good that we have a character like that, because it does really good for people who are battling with depression that don't have explicable, it's really good for the people that don't have explicable reasons, who don't have, like, I mean, there's no such thing as a good reason or a bad reason to be depressed. If you're depressed, you're depressed. But I would like to see more normalization of people who just are depressed just because that's just the natural way that they function. Just because I feel like it would make those very people feel like they're not going insane. You know, that they're not the outcasts and all that, because I can't imagine what it's like for some of those people to watch all this media, watch all these discussions, watch all these representations and all that, and just be like, this character, like, and like, whether it be real people or fictional characters and all that stuff, and it'll be like, this character's got a reason for being depressed, this person has like their reason for being depressed, or their trauma, their experience, their upbringing, all that. They have all these explanations, all these events to place it back to, but I don't have anything. Why am I depressed? Do I deserve, like, I shouldn't even be depressed. I don't deserve to be depressed. I'm going crazy. Like, I think it's good to have characters who are depressed because they just are. I think that's good. I think that's good to have well-written characters who are depressed just like they are, because because people with depression in general can already relate to a depressed character, but I think it's even more important to relate to the causation or even the lack thereof. You know? To relate to the origins or the lack thereof. I think that's very good to have. I think that's a very good thing to have. In media, anyway. Obviously, it's not good to be depressed. It's not, you know, it's not okay. You know, we don't feel good. You know, like, you know, some people, like, I remember I was talking to an older woman about it. She was like an older woman, right? And she's coming from a time where like depression wasn't really diagnosed. She's like old enough to come from that kind of time, you know. And I remember like the subject of it came up. I think it's just because it was just talking about in the news and all that stuff, and like or whatever, you know, like it's about somebody who some kid who, you know, unfortunately took themselves out of this plane of existence and all that stuff. And then, you know, and then I was explaining, you know, like about just some of the things people do. And, you know, and one of the things that a lot of people do who are really depressed if that depression, like when that depression comes in waves or if it's just constant, like, you know, one thing that's very common that if any of you guys are battling depression, I know I have been my whole life. One of the things that I'm sure a lot of you can relate to is lack of hygiene, lack of hygiene care. For me, I am generally pretty hygienic. You know, I shower every day. I brush my teeth, you know, when I wake up, and I brush my teeth before I go to bed. And, you know, I floss and mouthwash and all that stuff. Even when it comes to taking a shit and all that, I clean off everything. I clean off the toilet and everything. Like, I don't just clean myself, I clean the toilet that I use as well. I follow every hygiene protocol I possibly can. But there are just some waves. There are just some days where I just don't feel like doing one of those things or a couple of those things or whatever the fuck. Like, sometimes I just don't feel like getting up. I don't feel like brushing my teeth. I don't feel like showering. And I might go for more than like 2-3 days without showering. And yeah, I feel fucking gross. But just something about the way that my entire mood and brain is functioning just doesn't give me the capacity to. And, you know, I was explaining this to her, and she was all like, oh my God, like, you know, I'm like, people get so depressed that, like, this lady was like, people get so depressed that they forget to look after their hygiene. And then I said to her bluntly, people get so depressed they kill themselves. People get so depressed that they make the toughest decision of the world and to take themselves out of this plane of existence. That's how awful it is. There's no other way of putting it. That's just how fucking awful it is. And it's sad. It's sad. It's a battle that I wouldn't wish upon my worst enemy. And some of us just unfortunately have to go through it. And I definitely think that the main character in this whole scene definitely pisses me off. But I don't think it's bad writing. I definitely don't think it's bad writing. I don't think what Dan was trying to do here is bad writing or anything of the sorts. I think he definitely, in my opinion, I think he definitely intended for this scene to be written the way that it is, because Doki Doki Literature Club is a commentary on a lot of things. It's a commentary on visual novels, on anime, on mental health, and a bunch of other things. And so the main character represents ignorance in this scene. He represents ignorance. He represents the general populace, especially older generations too, that will look at come on, like, you know, you have loving family, you got a best friend, you got loving friends that care about you. Come on, snap out of it. Just snap out of it. You know? But the thing is that, like, you can't snap out of it, you know? And hell, there's a lot of things that are just indicative around, there's a lot of things that are just kind of indicative of the scene in general that plant the signs all there in the first place. Whether that be Sayori's poems and other little details that have been said about her even before leading up to this point. For example, For example, I know a lot of people who think that if they surround themselves with the things that they like, that they can be happy, but that is not necessarily true. I think it's good to surround yourself with people who will love you, who will support you, who will be there for you during your darkest hour, and you should do the same for them. But however, the thing is, think about the room that you're in. I want you to think about the room that you're in, right? I want you to think about the room that you're in. Look at what's around you. Are things generally neat, or are things a complete fucking mess? What is around you? The stuff that you find yourself surrounded in and the state that it's all in is a reflection of what is going on in your mind. It can be a reflection of what's going on in your mind. And look, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, there is something wrong with it in the sense that obviously we need to clean up our act. We need to get better. We need to get out of this rut that we're in. But you're not a worse person for being this way. You are absolutely not a worse person for being this way. And I say this as somebody who has had people made me feel like a worse person for being this way. Because I grew up with, like, by all means, I did have a better upbringing than other people. I grew up with, with nice entertainment and video games, and, like, I tried to keep up the best that I could. And, I generally, like, stayed out, like, I did stay out of trouble more than, like, some other people growing up. I didn't really start, like, a lot of problems or anything like that. Any problems I had in life were mostly caused by other people than by me, although I'm definitely guilty of many mistakes of my own. But regardless, I still ended up the way that I did. I still ended up in the mental rut, in the mental hole that I did. And people would often compare their misery to mine and just be like, what is wrong with you? Why are you feeling this way? Why? You have no reason to feel this way. That type of thing. And I believed them for the longest time, and I went crazy. I went absolutely crazy just, like, thinking about that. Like, why am I so bad? And all that stuff. Misery cannot be compared, but people love to compare it. People absolutely love to compare it. I would say, if you want to be objective about it, yeah, somebody, like, for example, someone going through the misery of living in this ultra-capitalistic society in America, of being the lower and middle class that gets absolutely fucked in the current state of America right now, maybe technically speaking, on a technical matter, they do absolutely have it better than, say, like, a Palestinian who's just getting bombed by a completely authoritative, tyrannical government and has a very short life expectancy. Yes, we absolutely do have it better. I have it better than them, undoubtedly. And my heart bleeds for those people. However, I also have it really fucking bad here too. I have it really bad here too. Because we've entered a time where it's kind of hard for me to be myself right now. It's hard for me to be myself, to be a queer person, to be a T person, the way that I am, the way that I want to present myself to be, and all that stuff, with how much the anti-sentiment has picked up over time, and it's made things scarier to be myself, and things have felt less safe for me as to go outside, and so on and so forth. And it's gotten scary because before, back in the old presidency, it was all like, oh, that place is fucked up. That place is fucked up. That place is ugly. Oh, I just won't go there. But now all these prejudiced sentiments have started echoing across the nation and have started bleeding into the safe place that I thought was home. And now it's horrible. There's a very real possibility that if I go out and present myself the way that I'm happiest to, the way that I want to be, the way that I see myself, the way that I'm truly, that I could probably wind up dead. if I just step into the wrong place. And hell, even in being in the same, even being in the city that I am, the city that I am is generally really progressive and all that stuff on societal views and all that stuff. It's still not 100% safe. So, my point is that if you want to technically speaking, I have it better because I'm not dodging bombs. I'm not dodging gunfire. I'm not doing any of that stuff. I'm sitting here playing a cute visual novel game, streaming it to over 100 people who have stopped by. I do have it easier, objectively speaking. But that everything I said, the crushing reality of everything I just said is daunting. It is horrible. It is something that I wouldn't wish upon my worst enemy. But anyway, so but anyway, but there's a lot that I wanted to talk about with this scene. There's so many things that have gone wrong with this. First off, the whole, it's just, simply put, what the MC should have done is let Sayori go at her own pace. Which, obviously, if you think something is wrong, you should definitely have a talk with it. And maybe there are some people who need that push too. Admittedly, there are people who deflect a lot. There are people who push things to the side, push bad things to the side a lot, thinking that they push it away long enough, they're going to, it'll just go away, but it doesn't work like that. And the thing is that Sayori definitely has certain views wrong, but that's just because that's the rain clouds speaking. That's the depression talking and all that stuff. And she thinks why can't it go, I wish everything could just go back to the way it was, but she doesn't understand is that what she doesn't understand, and what she does understand but her depression's not allowing her to be, is that it's because of how everything is probably a big chunk of why she feels the way that she does, or at least why these emotions have gotten as intense as they have. If things remain the way that they always have, then it can only get worse. She wasn't happy before. She wasn't happier before or anything like that. She thinks that she was. But you got to understand that she wasn't waking up in the morning. She inadvertently, in some way, shape, or form, started pushing her best friend away. Subconsciously. At least the way I see it. She stopped getting up early in the morning. They used to meet with one another, consistently and walk to school together, have fun and all that stuff together. But eventually she just stopped going, and the main character just kind of moved on, or not even, he just went about his business. He thought that she's just oversleeping now and I can't afford to be late anymore, so I'm just going to have to keep going. And she never adjusted. She never said anything. She never did anything of the sort. And the thing about depression is that it can make you self-sabotage yourself. And obviously, this isn't to blame her and say that she's at fault for feeling the way that she does. However, the thing is, there's a difference between, the way I can describe it is, I didn't ask to be put into this hole that I'm stuck in, this hole that I'm in, this mental depression hole that has made life so much harder and when it doesn't need to be. I didn't ask to be in here. I was thrusted into here. I was pushed into here, and there isn't a way out. But however, that doesn't mean that I get to make a mess around the hole in of itself. If this hole is my new home, then I have to do my best to keep the hole comfortable. That's the best way I can describe it. That's the best way I can describe it, is that I'm not responsible for being pushed into this hole, but I am very well responsible for the mess that I make in the hole, or for how neat I can keep it. And sometimes you might not always have it be the neatest. Sometimes it will be messy, and then you'll clean it back up and it'll be nice and neat, and then you'll make a mess again, and that mess might linger on for longer than before, and then you might clean it up and it'll be neat again. It'll be neat longer than it was when it was neat last time, but then the mess is going to come back again. I hope I'm making sense in all this, chat. I really do. I really hope I'm making sense in all this. I really hope that, you know, like, everything I say, like, you know, like, I'm trying my best here, you know. But, and the feeling that she has of like being cared for, how comforting it is, but also how gut-wrenching it can be at the same time, is a feeling I relate to as well. Like, for example, with Luna, right? Luna is my best friend. I love her dearly. There's only a few people in my life that I could adamantly say I would love to spend the rest of my life with, and she's one of them. Whenever things have been rough for me, whenever things have been looking hopeless, she pulled through the best that she could. She might not always do it the best, but I don't expect her to. I think it's unreasonable to expect it to. And I know, and it feels good when she's there. When she's there, it feels good. I feel good. But at the same time, I also don't. Because I have those moments where I feel like she is such a fun person. She's such a generally positive person. She's very compassionate. She is a very passionate person in general. When it comes to the things she despises, she is very, very vocal, and she emits a lot of vitriol that I could never possibly emit for something I hate as much as she does. But if it's something that she loves, if it's someone that she loves, she is one of the most compassionate people I have ever met. And she emits this aura of comfort that I can only wish to give to other people. And sometimes I feel good when that is put on me. But other times I think to myself that when I see that, I think she's wasting it on me. Sometimes I think that. And I know it's not right to think that. I know it's not true. Because if she was truly wasting it by using it on me, then she probably wouldn't be doing it in the first place. At least that's how I tell myself that I'm wrong, you know? But as I said, depression makes you think, say, and do stupid things that I'm not going to say you don't mean, because I know a lot of people say, like, because, like, I have my own beliefs in life, and the way that I function, the way I go about things, obviously doesn't function the same as everybody else. So like, things are different in this case. But what I want to say is, like, I think we often say and do things that we mean, but rather the conviction behind those meanings that we have is dependent. For example, you always hear the excuse or the argument or whatever you want to call it, that say you're having a fight with somebody, right? You're having a fight with somebody and it's getting bad. You're having a verbal argument, like a verbal spout with somebody, and it's getting bad. And they say something, or you say something that goes way over the line. That's like, you know, that puts a fork in, that basically makes the tire screech, you know? You say something really personal, you say something uncomfortable, you attack something that they're insecure about, or they attack something that you're insecure about, and all that stuff. And what do a lot of people say? I didn't mean it. But the way that I have gone through it, and even through my own experiences of being on the receiving end and being that person too that has stepped over that line, I can't lie. I can't lie to you and say I didn't mean it. Because if I didn't mean it, then why else would I have said it? I don't. So, like, it's either do I mean it, or like, am I being honest or am I being dishonest? Because sometimes you say and you do things to just hurt the other person in these verbal spouts or anything of the sort. So in most cases, I'm like, I likely did mean that. And I probably just wanted to hurt you. Because I was hurting too. That doesn't justify anything that I've done. And I understand that I fucked up and that I've done something horrible. And if you think less of me for that, then that's absolutely fair. So my point in all this is really just that honesty is just a big part of all of everything. Happiness, sadness, anger, loneliness, all that stuff. Because I'm somebody who's just going to be honest with you as much as I possibly can. Because and I also want to understand that being honest doesn't equate. Honesty knows no emotion. Honesty knows no emotion. The truth can hurt people. The truth can make people angry. The truth can make them sad, but it can also make them really happy and really elated and just the best person in general. And honesty knows no emotion. I think what helps is how you deliver that, how you phrase it, and the context behind it. And people need to understand that honesty knows no emotion, because some people use the guise of honesty under this justification of being a dick. People use honesty to justify just straight up being an asshole. But that's not the case. You're just a fucking asshole. You can be honest with people and not be a fucking asshole, you know? Like, it all comes down to your delivery and all that stuff. You can be honest with somebody about what their faults are, the things that they're doing that are bothering you, but you don't need to attack them about it unless they become defensive and hostile, or if you think they're actually or you think that person in turn is actually trying to be a dick to you, and you're just striking back. But honesty is important, and for the other people too who might be on the receiving end of this, I need you to understand that honesty doesn't mean they're being an asshole either. Honesty doesn't mean if somebody is being genuinely honest with you, they're being truthful with you. That doesn't, and it hurts. That doesn't mean that what they're saying is meant to hurt you. Isn't meant to be disingenuous. They're not trying to say shit for the sake of saying shit. If someone is going to be genuinely honest with you, more often than not, it's because they're trying to reach to you and hope that something resonates with you. And they want you to understand. Especially if it's in regards to something that's bothering them. Something you're doing that's bothering them, and so on and so forth. So, anyway. But look, I'm not trying to sound like some sort of pseudo intellect here or anything like that. I know I'm probably sounding like a wannabe therapist or anything of the sorts. I'm only speaking from me, you know? I'm only speaking from me and my experiences and having interacted with hundreds, if not thousands of people throughout my whole life, of strangers, mostly strangers, friends that have come and that have just come and go. I've learned a lot from interacting with so many different people in my life and getting into the minds of all these people in some way, shape, or form. And I don't have the answer for everything. Nobody does. And I do make missteps. Despite all my years of experience and knowledge, I don't know everything. I can't navigate everything well. Sometimes something might feel familiar to me, and then I navigate it as if it was that familiar circumstance, only for it to be completely dead wrong. Only for it to, you know, only for it to, like, just not be like the way that I should have gone about it. Because you can get two different people, embrace them through the exact same order of events throughout their entire life, and you will still get two different results. And to me, that is the beauty. That's the beauty of man. That's the beauty of people. That's the beauty of the mind. Luna and I had a lot of similar circumstances growing up. I'm not going to divulge those. Obviously, that's really personal. But Luna and I have talked about one another's lives to one another, ad nauseum. We've talked about it so much, and we found a lot of similarities and overlap between one another. But however, the way that she reacts to certain things, the way that she reacts to certain things, to a certain thing, is not the way that I would react to it, and so on and so forth. I'm not going to say what those differences and reactions are, because I also just don't want, because it might sound like I'm putting her down if I say it the way that I do. But I've told her, how different our process in our process in it is. And I'm not even saying that what I do is better or what she does is better or anything like that. It's our way of navigating life. And in whatever situations that you guys go through, even though I'm sure we've all been through an exact same situation at some point, because even though people are different, everybody's experiences are different, there's a lot of overlap between one another. So I imagine that, I don't know, for example, I think we all would handle a breakup differently. Let's just get something rough like that. We would all handle a breakup differently. The way that we would grieve over that would all be different than one another. I remember how I handled my first breakup. I still remember that. But my point being is that we're all different, and there are differences in what makes life interesting, and it also just makes it, but it also can be what makes things hard. It can also be what makes things harder for us, So, well, yeah, I mean, yeah, we got through a very huge scene, and we've been having a really personal discussion, Magenta. But my point being is that you're not a worse person for having your struggles, for having your depressive moments, your depressive periods. You're not lesser for it. No one should ever tell you you're lesser. Yeah, it's horrible, but I don't want to. I'm not going to lie to you, though. It's not good to be going through this. It's okay. Now, just because it's okay and just because it's normal, just because it's natural, doesn't mean it's good. Depression is horrible. Depression is... It's a battle that you have no chance of winning. And I'm not even saying that to be pessimistic or to be that you have no hope of getting better. You do. You absolutely do. And I know that because I have gotten better too. But however, the problem is that the thing is that you just can't, it's not something you can cure. It's not something that can just go away. It's not something that, it's not something that just can be fixed with some sweet words and some cotton candy. I wish it could. I fucking love cotton candy. But that's just not how that works. You're going to be that you're going to be depressed your whole life. But that doesn't mean you're hopeless. That doesn't mean... That doesn't mean you're hopeless. That doesn't mean that you can't be happy. That doesn't mean that you can't find love, that you can't be loved, that you can't love other things, that you can't have fun, that you can't just be happy. So, what I'm getting at, man, simply put, like, and look, I promise you guys that the world is a better place. That, like, I promise you that the world is a better place because you're here. You might not change the world. You might not change the world. You might not have the impact to leave like a lasting legacy to millions of people when you die. But I know that if something happened to Luna, my world would not be good. I knew if something happened to Luna, like if something happened to Luna, if something happened to Andy, my world would never be the same without them. They might not change the world, but they changed my world. And it's important to me that I let them know that, you know? And same thing for you guys in the chat too. When I made that video, I wasn't expecting the video to do as well as it did. I put it out there just because I loved making it, and I thought maybe other people would love seeing it too. But because of the reaction it got, my entire world has changed, and it has made this hobby, or that has made this ever so, it has curated a new passion, a new outlet of me expressing myself that I really enjoy. Ugh. And I thank you all for that. Either way, I think I'll tell you what, guys. We're almost done with Act 1. I wanted to do the whole game, but I think we'll just do the rest of Act 1 here, and then come tomorrow. And honestly, come tomorrow, we'll do the rest. Okay? But let's get the rest of Act 1 out of the way. We still have quite a ways to go. Not quite a ways. We still have just a little bit left. And then we'll do this tomorrow. By the way, guys, I know that this is DDLC. I know this is DDLC, but I have a little something special to show you. Okay? So, there's a special sort of game that I gotta cover. And we're gonna go through it one day soon. I think when I'm done with this game, when we're done with this game in completion, this will be the next game on the block. And here is the avatar. Just a little something special for y'all. Expect this game to be the next one on the block after we're done with Doki Doki Literature Club, okay? Anyway. So, let's get back to the game. Okay. I spent only a few minutes back at home anxiously waiting Natsuki's arrival. Before I know it, she texts me to let me know she's outside of the front door. Without delay, I open the front door to let her in. Sup? Hey. I don't know what I was expecting, but seeing Natsuki in something other than a school uniform totally threw me off. Seeing her in such cute clothes makes the uniform seem totally unfitting in comparison. Jeez, don't make it feel so awkward already. Yeah, Star, you have yourself a good night, okay? And thank you for stopping by. And stay safe. It's gonna be a long afternoon, so don't be weird and just because you're not used to seeing me outside of school. Anyway, I'm coming in. I see you brought a lot of stuff. Natsuki is carrying a large bag that is probably full of baking supplies. Well, I don't want to come all the way to find out your kitchen isn't equipped for the job. You bought everything I asked you to, right? Yeah, I did. Yesterday, Natsuki told me to buy a bunch of ingredients if I didn't already have them at home. Good. Glad I could count on you to do your part. Well, of course. I'm surprised to hear Natsuki suddenly say that, rather than something snarky like she usually does. Could it be that she's a little different outside of school after all? Anyway, let's go to the kitchen. What? You're not even gonna offer to take this heavy bag from me? Where's your hospitality, Ruby? Come on. Since when do I need to be a gentleman? I grab the bag Natsuki holds out to me. This is ridiculously heavy. I carry that all the way here. Are you impressed? I see now. Yeah, I am impressed, Natsuki. Seems like I always underestimate you. It's because I'm so small, isn't it? You jerk. Natsuki hits a fist in my chest. Hey, your size has nothing to do with it. Do you really hate being small that much? It's not like I hate it. I mean, sometimes I like proving people wrong when they only think I'm worth my size. It's fun when I get to be small and also better than other people. But, geez, never mind. What are you making me say? Don't think you can make me talk about weird things just because we're not at school. Are we getting started or what? That's a lot of stuff I gotta teach you. What? That's a little bit more like you. You're more fun when you just speak your mind like that. Hey! Now you are treating me like a kid. I was just trying to be a little nicer to you, you know? And just because I don't have a mature and sexy figure like Yuri doesn't mean you should treat me like... Natsuki catches her words and her face turns red. Natsuki? Forget it! I didn't say anything! I should apologize. Huh? I appreciate that you were trying to be nicer. I should have been a little bit more considerate too. But also, if that's what you're thinking, then you should know there are tons of guys who are into body types like yours. How would you know that anyway? Just trust me on this one. Gross. Hey! Is that to me? Who else? Man, let's just get this started already. You get all sour when a girl calls you gross. I finally found your weakness, Ruby. Natsuki smiles deviously. Please spare me. Well, if Natsuki decides to dish out more insults like that, there's no way I'm not fighting back. But she's satisfied enough for now, finally starting to pull things out of her bag so we can get started. Before long, the whole kitchen is a mess. Spoons, dirty bowls, flowers, spilled fluid, and plastic bags are strewn about every countertop. The mixer isn't big enough to make all the batter at once, so we've had to do it several times. Meanwhile, Natsuki is babysitting all of my movements to make sure I don't mess up her precious baking. Ruby, where did you put the food coloring? The batter's going in the oven soon, so I need to fill the trays. I think it's still in the bag next to the table. What are you using it for? To color the batter, of course. I'm making each tray a different color. That way, even if the flavors aren't different, everyone can still pick their favorite. That's a cute idea. Are we doing anything like that with the icing? Do you want to? You're asking me? I don't really have a preference, so... Come on. You're not putting any heart into this at all. Can't you at least try to have fun? I'm having fun. I'm not really sure what Natsuki is trying to get out of me. Meanwhile, I see her separate the batter into smaller bowls and put a few drops of food coloring into each. That does look pretty cool. See? It's not like baking is just about following instructions. The presentation is where you get to be creative and have the most fun. It's a million times more worth it in the end if it just... It's a million times more worth it in the end if it just looks... Fuck. It's a million times more worth it in the end if it just if just looking at it. Okay, if just looking at it's a million times more worth it in the end if it just look if just I keep saying if it just yeah. It's a million times more worth it in the end if just looking at it makes everyone's eyes lighten up. Like the ones you made on my first day, huh? I recall Natsuki proudly presenting her cat-shaped cupcakes and Sayori and Monika's delighted expressions. I wonder if I can make Natsuki proud like that too. Yeah, maybe I will use the food coloring then. Sounds like you're starting to understand. Just make sure you completely finish mixing the icing before you mess with the food coloring. Yeah, it's getting there. We were using the electric mixer for the batter, so I just got stuck with a whisk and huge bowl for the icing. The icing's still all lumpy. Are you even trying? Well, yeah. It'll just take a little longer. Jeez, I'll be here all night if you do it like that. Here, look. Natsuki grabs her whisk from me and uses her other hand to tilt the bowl back. You really need to beat the crap out of it. After a few seconds, the consistency of icing has already improved. See? As if to emphasize, Natsuki sticks a finger in the icing and pops it in her mouth. I reluctantly start to do the same. Hey! Natsuki suddenly grabs my wrist. I don't want your gross fingers in my icing. Your icing, Are you forgetting who did all the work? I start to fight back, trying to inch my finger toward the bowl. Don't make me beat the crap out of you next. I'd like to see you try. I pushed harder just enough for my finger to reach the icing. I triumphantly scoop some of my finger just as Natsuki tugs with all of her might. The force of Natsuki pulling me causes me to stumble, making her stumble in turn. Gross. You got it on my face. Whose fault is that? There's a big glob of icing on Natsuki's cheek. Ugh. She tries to reach it with her tongue, but it's too far away. Jeez. You know what? Take this. Natsuki instead wipes it off with her finger before shoving her finger towards my own face. You wish. I'm faster. I grab her wrist with my hand before it reaches my face. Natsuki tries to use the other hand to fight back, but I grab that one as well. Yeah, here we go. Stop! Not until you apologize for calling me gross. Fine. I'm sorry for calling you gross. You know I don't mean it. It's just fun seeing you react to it. You do that to me all the time, you know? Saying dumb things just to get a reaction out of me. You really shouldn't tease girls like that. Is that so? In that case, I probably shouldn't do this either. I take Natsuki's finger and put it in my mouth, licking off the icing. You fucking dog. What? Did you seriously just... Natsuki's so surprised that she can't even figure out how to get mad at me. Her face is entirely red. Ruby, you really shouldn't do that kind of thing to girls, unless you really like them. You know that, right? What kind of question is she asking me, just like that? How did the mood turn to this so quickly? Natsuki gazes at me in silence. I notice her shallow breaths. Why am I starting to feel dizzy? Out of nowhere, the fire alarm starts going off. Natsuki rushes over to the oven. Is something burning? I thought you didn't put the cupcakes in yet. No wonder. You left a dirty tray in here, dummy. How can you make a mistake like that? You should have checked before turning the oven on. Don't blame me for your mistakes. Jeez. Natsuki uses an oven mitt to grab the blackened tray out of the oven. She sets it on top of the stove. In another moment, the fire alarm stops. Anyway, I'm putting them in the oven now. Yeah, the tension from the moment before still lingers over our heads. But the moment has already been lost. I watch as Natsuki slides the cupcake trays into the oven. Then, I reluctantly pick up the whisk and continue with the icing, like nothing ever happened. Ah, that smells so good. The cupcakes are ready to be pulled out of the oven. As soon as Natsuki opens the oven door, a blast of sweet-smelling warm air fills the room. Look at how cute they all look. She proudly shows off the different colored cupcakes in each of the trays. They'll look even better once we add the icing. Not like you need to tell me that. I brought decorating stuff, so I hope you can get creative. Here, scoop the icing into these bags. Natsuki hands me some plastic bags. I have these nozzles that will make it look nice and fluffy. This one can even make flowers. We probably won't be using it this time, though. What's this one for? I pick up one of the nozzles that has a much thinner tip than the others. That one's really thin, so you can use it to make stripes or other patterns. But you can also use it to write stuff on a cake. Like, happy birthday or whatever. Huh, let's see. That gives me an idea, actually. Huh? Well, it's a literature event, right? We can make a more literature thing by writing a different word on each of the cupcakes. It would be fun to see people choose their cupcake based on the word they like. I was kind of expecting you to say something really stupid. But that's actually a really cute idea, so... Maybe I'm getting it from you. What's that supposed to mean? I'm not cute! Come on. We're not at school. Nobody's judging. You can't dress and act like this and not expect me to think you're cute. Well... Natsuki's voice trails off. Same with you. Huh? Did you say something? No, nothing. Let's just do the icing. Natsuki picks up the paste and fastens the nozzle onto each of the bags. There's a lot to do, so we shouldn't be wasting time. Here, I'll show you how to do it. Without giving me a chance to think about it, Natsuki quickly moves on. She shows me how to apply the icing, then we each get to work. When we're finally finished, Natsuki puts them all side by side to admire our work. Look how pretty they are together. Yeah, they are, aren't they? I wish I could have one now. Well, there's no reason you can't, right? I don't see any harm in that. Oh, yeah, but my dad's making dinner tonight, so I really need to save my appetite. Sayori's the exact opposite in that regard. If she was here, she'd probably be down 10 cupcakes already. And she would still eat dinner. Come on, that's just unhealthy. Besides, when my dad cooks, I need to eat as much of it as I can. Well, anyway, I was hoping we would have more time for manga, but I need to be home for dinner. Huh? Already? That's a shame. It's your fault for working so slowly. You should have thought about that. It's not like you'll always have this chance. Man. As usual, Natsuki places the blame on me. You can bring the cupcakes tomorrow, right? If you and Sayori each carry some, then you could probably do it in one trip. Yeah, I could do that. Don't worry, I won't let her eat any. I wish she would listen to me the way she listens to you. Yeah. I again think back to the conversation I had with Sayori earlier today. I felt so helpless. Sayori always does listen to me, but at that point, it felt like she couldn't just listen to me at all. Okay, I'm all packed up. Good work today. You too. I'll walk you out, I guess. Just like that, Natsuki is already about to leave. It feels like the afternoon went by in a flash. More than that. Did I even take the opportunity to get close to her like I wanted? Well, I guess I'll be off then. Thanks for all that help and everything. I'll see you tomorrow. Wait, Natsuki. Huh? What you said before about not having this chance. Not always having this chance. It doesn't have to be that way at all. I had fun today. You showed me how much fun baking can be, like you wanted. But aside from that, you can come over anytime, okay? I think that, if possible, I'd like to spend more time like this. If you want to read manga or go out somewhere, do you really mean that? Natsuki looks at me tensely, like she's trying to hide her expression. Yeah, I want to spend more time with you. Ruby, I thought you only cared about getting us done. I'm sorry I had to leave so early today. I really didn't want to. I would really stay here longer if I could. I feel the same way as you, so... Natsuki suddenly gets closer to me. Wait, Natsuki is standing inches from me. Natsuki looks up at me. I feel her fingers gently clutch at the sides of my shirt as if she's holding on to me. Her rose-colored cheeks and matching eyes fill my vision along with her slightly parted lips. What is happening? My head starts to go dizzy as I feel her soft breasts against me. I've felt it. For a while now. Natsuki suddenly jumps back. Sayori! Huh? Hi, Ruby. Sayori! Just now, we weren't... It's okay, Ruby. I just stopped by to say hi. Well, you should have come a little earlier. I'm already on my way out, so... really? That's too bad. Yeah, well... I'll still see you at the festival tomorrow, so it's fine. Just don't eat any cupcakes before then. Anyway, later. Clearly flustered, Natsuki hurries off, and Sayori waves goodbye. Sayori, I thought you didn't want to come over today. Well, I tried staying in my room, But my imagination was being really mean to me. So I had to come here and see it for myself. See what? What are you talking about? You know, how much fun you were having with Natsuki, how close you got to her. It makes me really happy that you made such good friends. That's all that matters to me. Tear starts to fall down Sayori's face. That's all that matters to me. Why am I feeling this way, Ruby? I'm supposed to be happy for you. Why does it feel like my heart is splitting in half? It hurts so much. Everything hurts so much. This would be so much better if I could just disappear. Sayori, don't say that. It's true, Ruby. If I wasn't here, then you wouldn't have to waste your sympathy on me. You wouldn't have to put up with me being selfish. Monika was right. I should just... Monika? Monika was right about what? Sayori, what I said before is true. I'm not going to let this continue. Caring about you like this isn't the burden your mind is making it out to be. It's something that makes me happy. It's something that I wouldn't trade for anything else. So even if it takes an entire lifetime, I'm going to be by your side until you don't feel any more pain. But... Sayori looks away. I put a hand on her shoulder to reassure her. I'm scared, Ruby. I'm really scared. What are you scared of, Sayori? I'm scared that I might like you more than you like me. Sayori? It's true, isn't it? I was weak and started to like you too much. I did this to myself. Ruby, I like you so much that I want to die. That's how I feel. And that's enough, Sayori. I don't want you to hurt anymore. I slide my hand down Sayori's arm and squeeze her hand in my own. Do you remember how I said I always know what's best for you? No, you don't. And do you still believe me? I wouldn't. Wordlessly, Sayori nods. Even if you don't understand all of your own feelings, I know what you need most right now. And that's what I'm going to give to you. Sayori, I love you. Those are my true feelings. There's no way you could like me more than I like you. I should have realized it sooner. But spending time with everyone else at the club, making new friends, and having fun with you every day, it helped me realize that you're truly the most important person to me. That's why I'll accept any of your burdens. As long as we continue like this every day, with you by my side, then I know we'll both be happy. Ruby. Suddenly, Sayori wraps her arms so tightly around me. Ruby, is this really okay? Yeah. I hold Sayori in my arms and pull her closer. You'll never have to let go of me again. I love you, Ruby. I want to be with you forever. Me too. I feel Sayori's grip around me weaken a little bit. What is this? Sayori? I'm supposed to be happy right now. I always thought this would be the happiest moment for me. But why? Even now, why won't the rain clouds go away? They're not going away at all, Ruby. It's okay, Sayori. It might take some time for things to get better again. But no matter how long it takes, I'll be there every step of the way. That's all that matters now. Okay. I trust you. Sayori and I slowly release each other. So, I guess that makes the festival tomorrow our first date, huh? What are you saying? I don't want to think about those things, you know? I want everything to be the same as it always has been. Even if we really are a couple. I don't know if I can handle anything more right now. It's really new and scary to me. I understand. We'll go whatever pace suits you best. Hey, Ruby? Sayori glances at me once again, smiling sadly. Even if I get really, really sad, this is the best thing for me, right? Yeah? I don't really understand what Sayori means by that. Are you saying that this is making you feel sad, Sayori? I don't know. I don't understand what I'm feeling. It feels like a bunch of thorns when you told me you loved me. But that's why I want to trust you. You know what's best for me. Yeah, I do. That's my promise. I say that, but in reality, I've never felt more uncertain when it comes to Sayori. I know that I love her, and she loves me, but I'm having so much trouble understanding Sayori's feelings as she is. Even though I can comfort her, I keep wondering if I should be doing something more, or something different. I know these thoughts will continue to plague me until things are back to the way they were. Is that what Sayori meant by not wanting anything to change? I don't know. But I know I'll give it everything I got. Sayori is the most important person to me, and I'll do whatever it takes to have a happy future with her. It's the day of the festival. Of all days, I expected this to be the one where I'd be walking to school with Sayori. But Sayori isn't answering her phone. I considered going to her house to wake her up, but decided that's a little too much. Meanwhile, the preparations for the event should be nearly complete. I managed to carry all the cupcakes myself by carefully stacking 2 trays. Natsuki is already texting up a storm, but I can't respond thanks to my hands being full. Funnily enough, I probably feel the same way as Natsuki is about the event. I'm more excited for it to be over so I can spend time with Sayori and Natsuki at the festival. But knowing Monika, I'm sure the event will be great too. Ruby, you're the first one here. Thanks for being early. That's funny, I thought at least Yuri would be here by now. Monika is placing little booklets on each of the desks in the classroom. It must be the ones she prepared that have all the poems we're performing. In the end, I found a random poem online that I thought Monika would like and submitted it. So, that's the one I'll be performing. I'm surprised you didn't bring Sayori with you. Yeah, she overslept again. That dummy. You'd think that on days this important she'd try a little harder. I say that, but then I suddenly remember what Sayori told me yesterday. I suddenly feel awful, knowing it's not nearly that simple for her. I only said it because it's the way I'm used to thinking, but maybe I should have gone to wake up her after all. Maybe I should have gone to wake her up after all. You should take a little responsibility for her, Ruby. I mean, especially after your exchange with her yesterday. You kind of left her hanging this morning, you know? Exchange? Monika, you know about that? Of course I do. I'm the club president after all. But, I stammer, embarrassed. Did Sayori really tell her about it that quickly? That we're a couple now? I didn't really plan on bringing it up with anyone yet. Jeez. You don't know the full story at all, so don't worry. I probably know a lot more than you think. Monika is being friendly as usual, but for some reason I felt a chill down my spine after hearing that. Hey, do you want to check out the pamphlets? They came out really nice. Yeah, sure. I grabbed one of the pamphlets laid out on the desk. Oh yeah, they really did. Something like this will definitely help people take the club more seriously. Yeah, I thought so too. I flipped through the pages. Each member's poem is neatly printed on its own page, giving it an almost professional feel. I recognized Natsuki and Yuri's poems from the one they performed during our practice. What's this? I flipped to Sayori's poem. It's different from the one that she practiced. It's one that I haven't read before. Get out of my head, get out of my head, get out of my head, get out of my head. Get out of my head. Get out of my head, 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 get out of my head before I do what I know what's best for you. Get out of my head before I listen to everything she said to me. Get out of my head before I show you how much I love you. Get out of my head before I finish writing this poem. But a poem is never actually finished. It just stops moving. What is this? Reading the poem, I get a pit in my stomach. Ruby? What's wrong? Nothing. This poem feels completely different from everything else Sayori's written. But more than that, I changed my mind. I'm gonna go get Sayori, so... well, alright. Try not to take too long, okay? I quickly leave the classroom. Don't strain yourself. Monika calls that out after me. I quicken my pace. What was I thinking? I should have tried a little bit harder for Sayori. It's not a big deal to at least wait for her or help her wake up. Even the simple gesture of walking to school makes her really happy. Besides, I told her yesterday that things will be the same as they always have been. That's all she needs and what I want to give her. I reach Sayori's house and knock on the door. I don't expect an answer since she's not picking up her phone either. Like yesterday, I opened the door and let myself in. Sayori? She really is a heavy sleeper. I swallow. I can't believe I ended up doing this after all. Waking up in her own house? That really is something a boyfriend would do, isn't it? In any case, it just feels right. Outside Sayori's room, I knock on her door. Sayori? Wait, hold on, actually, wait, hold on. Sayori? Wake up, dummy! There's no response. I really didn't want to have to enter a room like this. Isn't it kind of a breach of privacy? But she really leaves me on no choice. I gently open the door. What the hell? What the hell? Is this a nightmare? It has to be. This isn't real. There's no way this can be real. Sayori wouldn't do this. Everything was normal up until a few days ago. That's why I can't believe what my eyes are showing me. I suppressed the urge to vomit. Just yesterday, I told Sayori I would be there for her. I told her I know what's best and that everything will be okay. Then why? Why would she do this? How could I be so helpless? What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? Confessing to her. I shouldn't have confessed to her. That's not what Sayori needed at all. She even told me how painful it is for others to care about her. Then why did I confess to her and make her feel even worse? Why was I so selfish? This is my fault! My swarming thoughts keep telling me everything I could have done to prevent this. If I just spent more time with her, walked her to school, and remained friends with her like it always has been, then I could have prevented this. I know I could have prevented this. Screw the literature club. Screw the festival. I just lost my best friend. Someone I grew up with. She's gone forever now. Nothing I can do to bring her back. This isn't some game where I can just reset and try something different. If I had only one chance and I wasn't careful enough. Now, I'll carry this guilt with me until I die. Nothing in my life is worth more than hers. But I still couldn't do what she needed from me, and now I can never take it back. Never! 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 Yay! 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 Oh. Hey, alright. How was the performance, chat? How would you rate that performance? Oh god, I tried my best, okay? No. So 7, 8 out of 10, you're too kind. Alright, so I think so yeah, we got the first act down, and I will continue more tomorrow, but But there's something I really want to show. There's something I really want to show. Do you guys want to know what you don't know what I think Monika said to Sayori? Do you guys want to know what I think Monika said to Sayori? Whoops. I think Monika said this.
What I need you to do is I need you to take a nearest rope that you got, wrap it around, if you got a garage or a fucking stairway, and hang yourself.
I don't know if y'all seen this video, but this is from Vanna Melon. Like what did Monika say to Sayori? It's from this video right here. It's pretty cool. I really like this. But either way. So, I wanted to go through the whole game today, but we ended up kind of dilly-dallying more than usual. But by the way, we'll definitely continue this more tomorrow. And I had a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun going through this, and we will definitely go through more tomorrow, for sure. Whoops. I know I have another. I have a. Let's see. Hold on. I got this one. Yeah, I fucking love that one. I got that one. I got a lot of pictures too. I really forgot who made these. Who made all of these? I forgot the artist who made these. I really need to find him again. But this is the person who made these, like, you know, these things that you could, that they said that I think they were like free to use for like Twitch emotes and all that stuff. Pretty nice stuff as well. I got, what else do I got? I got this. Yeah, I got this. I got this. I got this. I made this one. I made this one. Fuck it, I made this one. Let's see. I got this. I got this. I got this, and then I got this. I have either way. Either way. So I had a lot of fun. We'll continue more tomorrow. I want to thank you all for coming by. I wanted to go through the whole thing today, but as I said, there's not enough time. Like, I definitely think we probably could have got it done had I just woken up earlier and started to stream earlier. But I really thank y'all for stopping by. I definitely look forward to more tomorrow. This video might get age restricted or something along those lines. I'm gonna be real with you. This stream might get age restricted or something along those lines just because of the topic matter, the subject matter, and so on and so forth. But nevertheless, it was really great to, you know, go through this, and we're gonna go through more tomorrow, so look forward to that. And, you know, if we had the time to, I definitely would like to go through the side stories as well. I think the side stories would be a lot of fun to go through as well. But I hope y'all have a good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, wherever you are in the world. And I am Monika, and I'll be seeing you another time. Bye-bye.